And before we get started tonight, if you're a fan of DA and you've caught the other shows, you know that one of my monitors has recently died, and I told you guys earlier this week in Real Space that I would be getting my monitor fixed. I had it ordered, and it was set to come yesterday, which is Wednesday, for those of you playing along at home. VOM is recorded on Thursday, for those of you playing along at home. Where's your monitor, Kit? Why are you giving this PSA? It's been pushed back by a month. Do I know why? Hell no. Am I getting a discount? Also no. So that's fun. I'll have updates for you when I can, but we're going to make this work as best as we are able. With that in mind, we're going to put a marker right here for our awesome archive team. Let them know we're getting into the game. We're going to tab over to the screen. I'm going to turn some music on for you guys, and we're going to play some VOM. So, our heroes, as of, what, like 10 minutes ago, got absolutely dunked on by some snow elves. The party was recuperating after Dawn fell into some lava down below Eagle's Eyrie in a firstborn facility set to control the basically heat of the prime material plane. At least that's what it seems to be. And they came up topside to do some research, meet some new NPCs, and generally just take stock of the situation before heading back down. Well, Irithyr went off by himself right after one of the said NPCs, aka Bragg, the Goliath who is acting Primarch of Eagle's Eyrie, mentioned that they saw some... No, it wasn't Bragg. It was the dwarves, the Skyfeather dwarves, mentioned that they had seen some Owl Riders recently. Well, the Owl Riders showed up, and they had a hate boner for Irithyr Galastasia. We met... I have some names here. This is always fun. We met Sir Berithir Karabdas Ath Karamdan Avendrag, Avenger of the High Ice, and his sister, Dame Valene Karabdas Ath Karamdan Nivan, Silent as Snow. And Berithir tanked the entire party while Valene fed them their teeth. The champions did eventually get them to flee, but it was a rough time. And given how badly the orcs that were resting in the area amongst wounded got attacked, and how few Goliaths there are to defend the area, Bragg made it very clear to Kelio, finish your business down in that fiery pit and get the fuck out of my town, because those elves are going to come back and we're not ready for them. And I think that's more or less where we left off. Most of the party has retreated below to lick their wounds and begin the next phase of their volcanic adventure in the Firstborn facility, and here's hoping something really cool comes of it. But Kelio dawdled a bit talking to Bragg, so I think we fade back in on our episode. We hear the sound of the airlock throwing its soapy sludge all over Kelio Wolfwalker, and then the airlock opens and the rest of the party sees Kelio come in. What is the look on Kelio's face? Nightfall?
Kelio's pensive, like very in thought, but she's working through a couple of her thoughts. Like, she's not just... It's not confusion.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same look someone has on their face while they're trying to work out a math problem in their head.
Okay.
I think that's the best way to explain it.
So right before you catch up with the others, what are the rest of you doing? So like, did anybody get out of that fight unscathed? Serious question.
I do not think so.
Firga might have.
I think Firga got frozen at one point.
Yeah.
So that would definitively count as scathed. Oh, thank you for reminding me though. Firga's running late. She'll be here. She'll be along. She said she's running a bit late, and we'll see her soon. Anyway, so like at the very least, all of the champions are disheveled.
A little bit.
What's the mood as Kelio's coming in?
I'm trying to think of how to put this into words, but I really can't. All I know is Lash is just pacing back and forth, mumbling to herself, trying to sort through thoughts and tactic. And then it always comes back to, we got fucking stomped.
Is it frustration?
Yes, that's the word, frustration.
Okay. Is it frustration at herself, or is it frustration at Irithyr?
Mix of both, mostly herself. Because if we had planned out better in the past, I would have my armor and I would have been able to do my job better, but I didn't plan out better in the past and now my armor is garbage.
I'm just saying, it is completely up to you guys. I'm by no means pushing for this, but it would be a hell of a scene if Kilio walked in to everybody, like, tribunaling Irithyr. Because, I mean, he kind of deserves it.
I want to see that scene.
I don't know if it's the scene that's going to happen, though. And that's fine.
I know. But, like, if it did come to that, that would be an interesting scene.
Talk to me, champions.
I mean, to be fair, would it be, like, did Irithyr... Well, Irithyr mentioned that he didn't even know they were coming after him.
He didn't know they were coming after him, but he knew who they were. And you saw Hawk Riders previously, and Irithyr kept his mouth shut.
Irithyr also knows of what he did to spark this reaction.
Maybe.
Potentially.
The thing that you said is a little bit up in the air. What is not up in the air is the party can assume that to be true. You don't just get assassins like that on a whim.
No,
but again, like, if you guys don't feel like your characters would be taking Irithyr to task, that's fine. It's up to you. But if you're not doing that, I need to know what you are doing.
Personally, I wouldn't be opposed to, like, kind of thing, because we all kind of got dunked on. And I don't know how much healing magic Dawn has left.
You wouldn't be opposed to what? The word cut out. It was the only word that cut out.
Short rest.
Short rest.
Wager hit dice and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course. But for the fictional scene, like, Dawn, Wind, what are you doing?
I think Dawn's kind of going through the paces with everything that just happened, and to him it keeps coming back to Irithyr.
So we have two characters pacing in frustration and trying to figure things out. Wind, what about you?
I think Wind, just sort of in the middle of everything, not, probably not like right next to Irithyr, but like sort of the middle of the two that are pacing, just cross-legged on the floor, trying to continue attunement to the totem.
Okay.
But just keep glancing up at everybody.
What is Wind's mood right now?
Confusion, a bit tired.
So not really frustration, just...
No, just...
There.
Just sort of, man, that happened.
Irithyr?
Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Lash is going to be pacing for a bit, and then she probably is going to start asking Irithyr questions. Because, again, we did see them in the past, and it's like, you said nothing.
I said Hawk Riders, I meant Owl Riders, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I figured you meant Owl Riders, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Irithyr is not so much distraught as contemplative. He's reformulating his thoughts on everything.
Yeah. Is there anger in this room when Kilio walks in? Nobody is really committed to that.
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. But everybody is kind of in their own head at the moment?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, fair dues. So, Kelio, you come in to find Dawn and Lash circling Irithyr like a couple of wolves. The floor is yours, party.
I think Gilead for a moment takes stock of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you said Lash is gonna speak up and start asking questions.
Yep.
Lash.
Yep. Like, you probably come in to Lash talking at... Well, would Irithyr be really paying attention, or is he Lash more talking at Irithyr than talking to him?
Good question.
So I'm thinking we're well past the point of obfuscation. Irithyr will answer to the best of his ability, but he's still like connecting all the dots in his own head too.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, what is Lash asking him when Kelio walks in?
And back then, with the Giant's crates, we saw more of those bird riders, owl riders, I think it was. You didn't say anything about them either. Why was that?
Lash.
Looks up over Wolfwalker.
Now's not the time for an interrogation.
Slight twitch of the fingers, but nothing is said.
To answer you, War Chief, I didn't think anything of it.
Well, we better start thinking.
I saw
Thinking about every move we make on this board.
Give me. Irithyr.
Lean
I
up.
saw the
What do you mean lean up? I'm not
You were quiet.
leaning back. Okay, weird. Irithyr,
looks at Dawn.
you spoke as though the archive showed you something. We never explained. Could this be connected?
If they foresaw such an event, maybe, but how would they have known?
Perhaps they have been watching you. We know that communicative magic cannot reach the outside, but what of scrying?
It's possible. Haven't had the chance to set up defensive measures.
Well, after that, we may want to try and start it.
Certainly. But for right now, we have bigger fish to fry. We need to clear this
Great.
place out quickly before they come hunting Irithyr again. We can't keep fighting the way we have been.
I agree. This brings something up that I have already mentioned Irithyr, but all of you are equally entitled to. Dawn stops the circle on Irithyr, takes a firm step back, and I've already asked it of him, and I will ask of all of you forgiveness. To this point, I have yet not acted my role. The loss of my family drove me to zealousy unknown, or unbeknown.
I think Kelio gives a firm, respectful nod to Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
I have acted like a brave when I am not such. For this,
Everyone in the pack has
sorry.
their place. We need to start working as one. And quit saying that we will, but actually do it.
Lash will nod and take a seat along the basic line she was pacing.
This last fight was a good example. Virga stayed where she should. Did well. I did what I could with the energy I had.
You did well, Dawn. You as well, Virga.
I think
Unfortunate.
Firga says, it's hard enough to trip the bastard when he's skating around. What even was that?
I think then Kilio turns her gaze to Irithyr.
The two
Those
of
are-
them. Go ahead.
Those are the kind of questions we should be asking. Please, Irithyr, if you can.
That's the reason they're Karam Dawn's little lapdogs. The two of them are a well-oiled machine together. But you bring down one, and the other will have to scurry away.
I see.
So I think Firga says, are we going to fight them again?
Almost certainly.
We will need to be stronger.
And we'll need to know precisely what they're capable of.
We'll need to be able to find a way to take out the sister.
I think, Irithyr, if you'll help me, Irithyr and Virga, you both are more well attuned to magic than I am. There's something more to this dagger. I don't know how I explained it exactly, but the spirit that it's connected to.
Which I gave you the wrong name, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Gamzee corrected me, but I have since forgotten. What's the Speaker of Owl's name?
Laurie.
Laurie. I said Lonnie.
Laurie had a supernaturally keen sight. And I think with some work, this dagger can help me do the same. But I know not the first step to unlocking any further potential to it.
May I see it?
Killia will hold it up, not letting go of it, because it reverts back to its original form when she lets go.
Right. I think Fear
Okay.
just... Good.
What can I tell at a glance about this weapon?
What information are you looking for? That'll determine what check you make.
Information on its enchantment, mostly.
Make an Arcana check.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, Firka says, dealing with the dagger is all well and good, but beyond that, we need to know what we have to account for before we start talking about tactics. And the only person who knows what these elves can do is Irithyr. So,
I think Killia turning a glance back to Firga nods and turns back to Irithyr.
So, This dagger, have you looked at Owl's Pinion, like, in depth before, Arethyr?
I don't think so, actually.
Okay.
Not in depth. There was bit like cursory looks over when it changed forms the first time, but not in depth.
There is an old elvish, like snow elvish discipline of putting locks on enchantments that are known to the wielder, or it takes time to discover. Thus, somebody, even if they attune to the weapon, can't get the full ability of the weapon until they like take some time with it, which allows like thieves, like they get stalled out more quickly. Colloquially referred to as puzzle weapons, they generally have 3 stages: the inert form, also called the sleeping form, the awakened form, and the exalted form. This dagger, it's not made by elves, but it's made using elvish techniques, which is somewhat news to you. Currently, the dagger seems to increase the like flexibility of the person wielding it. It seems to have multiple forms. It can transmute itself, and there's a gate spell on it. Not a gate spell, a dimension door spell on it.
Uh-huh.
It's definitely not slumbering, but it doesn't have. Now, it may not, because it's not an elvish weapon, but if this was an elvish weapon, it would have more embellishments in its exalted form, and it does not seem to. Beyond that, you got a Goblin 28. That's good for 6 questions, my dude.
I gotta think about this. I gotta make these questions count.
Yeah. You can ask me about the smithing technique, about how and why Goliaths know it, about the pinion, about enchantments in general.
Holy shit, a nat 28. Jesus Christ.
Goblin
The
28.
how and why might be helpful.
It wasn't nat. It was modified 28.
Modified 28, my bad. Goblin 28. I misremembered the word.
When Pierce regularly rolls 30 plus, like, I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic with your impression.
Pierce doesn't roll 30 plus on his Arcana. He's got a +8.
So does Arethyr.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click that.
But Arethyr got that war banner.
Yeah. The war banner does a lot.
Yeah, dude.
Woo!
Remember, the questions can build on each other as well, so you don't have to have all 6 of them right now. What's your starting point?
The starting is... Well, Are there other reasons why these are locked other than to just deter thieves?
Tests. Test of worth of the wielder. A master can conceal it to teach an apprentice. It can be locked to like hide its arcane signature. Like a big, powerful, exalted magic weapon is gonna have an aura, like a sunburst. So it can be a way to obfuscate that and like make it look like a smaller magic item, so it's less likely to avoid detection, which is again going back to theft prevention. Pretty much any reason somebody would hide valuables would be a reason to close a puzzle weapon.
Kind of like hiding your coin purse in a busy marketplace.
A bit, yes. It could be a matter of preference. You don't necessarily need to throw out a 9th level fireball in a city square when a firebolt will do. Those are the main reasons.
A good question is, like, any way to know how the Goliaths would have obtained this enchantment method?
Yes, there absolutely is. So, Goliaths are semi-nomadic. And while snow elves keep to themselves, it's not unheard of for traders to come and go, especially to the smaller settlements. And, you know, one Goliath coming out of the snow, sure, you might train your bows on him, but if he has meat for the whole, you know, the whole village, it might be worth talking to him. And like, over time, that's in the same way that, like, the snow elves and the Reghead men are familiar with each other to a degree. You have not heard specifically of Goliaths adopting this, but
Killia's answer is just,
Hang on.
what's her name?
Goliaths are exceptionally observant. Most of their tradition is oral, and most of them are learned in that oral tradition. And because of the whole, like, building their own legend thing, it makes Goliaths very observant. So even if they were not trained specifically, it's not unheard of that a Goliath familiar with arcane manipulation or smithing techniques, or just a particularly observant Goliath saw something similar happen with the snow elves, took it back to the people who are learned in that way, and they were like, well, fuck, if the elves can do it, I can do it. But is there a treaty or a catalyzing event or a theft of some description of this technology? Not that you've heard of.
Is this specifically a snow elf technique, or are other elf sub-races capable of this?
Other sub elf races are absolutely capable of this, but it is a snow elf trademark. In the same way that, like, all elves have dark vision, but drow have really good dark vision. It's kind of like that. You know, manipulation of their surroundings through arcane means is, like, snow elves more than anybody else, because, like, most of the other elves want to live in harmony with nature, and if the snow elves did that, they'd be dead. Snow elves are about mastering their surroundings.
Yeah.
So it's definitely more in favor of the snow elves, for sure. Can you find puzzle weapons in, like, you know, our deep forest? Probably. Would they be as closely guarded as in the high ice? Probably. Would a non-elf who is unfamiliar with the technique have a puzzle weapon for many, many years, potentially their entire life, potentially the lives of their progeny, and never know that it has an awakened form? Also, very likely. The fact that Keelio not only has one, but it's awake, that's more rare. Anything else? Excuse me.
That's 3 questions so far.
That's 3.
How are these typically unlocked, or does it depend on each and every weapon?
It depends on the maker. It depends on... So, yes, it depends on each and every item, not just weapon, but also, like, think about a lock, like a human lock here on Earth. You've pretty much got 3 or 4 types. You've got the key lock, you've got the latch lock, you've got the combination lock, right? Like, there's a couple of other outliers, but, like, those are the main ones, yeah? That's true for puzzle items as well. You can kind of tell, like, what flavor it is, but the specifics would involve knowing the weapon, knowing the maker of the weapon, and knowing its intended, like, recipient. You can kind of figure out a combination of a lock if you know the brand and the model and a few important dates about the person who owns the lock. You could probably figure it out relatively quickly. Kind of the same thing here, but given that this is not an elvish weapon, you couldn't begin to fathom who made it.
Uh-huh.
Like, the next step for Irithyr in the High Ice dealing with an elf with a puzzle weapon would be ask the holder of the weapon about it, but Keelio, by asking you, obviously doesn't know.
Uh-huh.
So you would need to find, like, who made it, who had it before Keelio, etc. Maybe this Laurie knows something?
Yeah. Alright, fifth question.
Mhm.
Generally, these locks are assumedly pretty difficult to break, right? Especially for Exalted.
It definitely, like, yes, in a sense. Sometimes they can smack you in the face with their simplicity, but that simplicity relies on reputation. Like, the puzzle, the lock to the puzzle might be, like, really, really easy, but it's relying on the person trying to break it to be like, oh, he wouldn't make it that, right? Like, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially for Exalted, like, again, if this was an elvish weapon, to get to fully realize the potential of such an item would probably require a specific location, a specific time, and solving the puzzle.
Yeah, it's those, like, really old Pokemon rumors.
Yes. That's exactly right. If anybody is wondering what the fuck Vader means, for example, if you don't let the St. Anne sail away and can get back to that dock, and you surf to the right in Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Fire Red, and Leaf Green, you will find a small platform with a truck. Supposedly, spread by 12-year-olds back in 1994, or whenever those games came out. If you leveled
That's
up
about right.
a Machamp, which you can only get by trading for a Machoke, to level 100 with max attack stat, and then taught that Machamp the move Strength, that Machamp would then be able to move that truck, and there would be a Mew underneath the truck. What Vader is referring to is, like, to get the Owl's Pinion up to Exalted Form would take something like that to actually be true? Yes.
Uh-huh. One more question. I'm blanking. Anyone got any good ones?
The Pokemon rumor was inspired. That was very well done.
Uh-huh.
You could ask for a starting point. You could ask about Laurie. Keelio mentioned Laurie. You could ask where the pinion might have come from, potentially hunt it down in that way. You could ask...
The starting point sounds really good.
You could ask why Keelio has this thing in the first place. You could ask... You know, if Keelio was given the locked form of Owl's Pinion, why? Right? Like, who gave Keelio... Because you don't know, I don't think, who gave Keelio the pinion, what their...
No, that's more a question to ask.
Still, you could ask, like, what could their end game be? Like, why would they do that? You could ask, is there a way to force it? You could ask... Like, there's a bunch of stuff you could ask. And if anybody else has any ideas, feel free to speak up.
I'm personally a big fan of the starting point question.
Yeah, so am I, honestly. Like, what would a starting point be to figure this out?
Close examination to find what the next puzzle is.
Hmm.
Because the weapon should tell you what it needs. It's not gonna be, like, if this was made by an elf, it's not gonna, like, it might obfuscate the point, but it's designed so that if you forget, you know that the weapon can tell you if you know what to look for.
Well, just glancing at it, I can tell you a few things.
I think you had one more question.
No, that was
No,
it.
that was my last one. I was keeping track.
As
Okay.
was I. Go ahead, Arthur.
It's rather interesting, actually. It's not of elvish make, and yet the enchantment is very clearly an old snow elf. Words blanking on me.
Tradition.
Tradition.
Technique.
Technique is
That
also good.
Technique is good. She nods. But it was made by Sigrid.
Do I know that name?
History check.
I've studied Goliath culture.
Goliath?
Plus-
Yeah, that's fair. Dirty 30, fair enough. Goliaths have this habit of the shorter somebody's name, the more it's like, oh, of course, right? Like Keelio is always Keelio Wolfwalker of Clan Roche, because there's probably other Keelios, right?
Uh-huh.
But like Keelio just said, oh, Sigrid made it. Well, like, just Sigrid? That can only be Sigrid, Forge Mistress Sigrid, Soul of the Mountains. A Goliath, like, demigod, as much as Goliaths can have demigods. A legendary Goliath, like, forger.
That would explain. I believe the technique has been adapted by the Goliaths. What you should know about these things is they are locked by puzzles, essentially. There are many
Nope.
reasons why they would be.
The funny part about it is she didn't do a puzzle to get it to this form.
Yes, the fuck you did.
Okay,
You just
so,
didn't know that you did.
No, Kilio absolutely does not know that she did a puzzle. Kilio just used it and it did thing.
You absolutely did the first puzzle. You just didn't know.
I know I did, but I don't think Kilio does.
So Keelio makes a duck noise.
I didn't have a puzzle before. What? She like, turns it over in her hands.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you know about this specific item? Because I couldn't begin to tell you what the puzzle is. They're usually unique to the item.
Well, when I was in the ship, the sinking iceberg, I struck something at a weird angle, I think, when I threw it, and the tip came loose. And it shifted into... She, like, steps back and does the whip motion.
So you say shifted into. That's the base form. The base form is the whip.
Ah, it became like this.
Then what you did undid the first lock.
Interesting.
These weapons aren't designed to be an enigma on how to unlock them. They all tell you what to do. Just have to figure out what it is they're telling you. At least that's the Elvish way. I couldn't speak.
I think
for
she looks to the inscription and reads it aloud. A single strike tempered with wisdom. What was it? Can fell mountains?
Can fell a mountain.
Can fell a mountain. Yeah, it kind of did tell me, I suppose.
Now you have to take that further. Close examination of the weapon may offer more clues. But to undo the second lock, there's usually two. Or requires something far more specific.
Something specific. Alright. I think she sheaths it.
Okay.
I'll work on figuring it out next time we rest. I think she looks around.
You guys are setting up to rest.
I think so.
I mean, a short rest is what, 10 minutes? Or have we already taken one short rest,
You've
so we're
already
doing
taken
an hour?
one, so it would be an hour.
Yeah, so it'll be an hour. So I don't think she sheaths it then.
Okay.
Then, while we're resting, I'll take a look at it. But for now, we do need to talk about what we're doing when we go down there again.
Nods.
I think Fergus says, and where we're going.
Agreed.
These things are smart, and the lava puts us at a great disadvantage. We need to lure them into a fight on the best terms possible.
We're going to need to figure out what the best terms are. We're going to need to scout out what we can before we rush in. Whether that be by scout or custodian, whatever
Or
the damn
you.
thing is called,
Fergus says, or you.
or me. I think she nods. So,
That combined blast of theirs that they use is an incredible danger. We need to shut that down.
Take care of it before they can even start to charge it.
did they have a focus of any sort? Like the thing I destroyed, that Cinder... What was it, Cinder Cloak or Cinderclad?
Cindercloak. I can never remember.
I think it was Cinderclad.
I called him Cinderclad, and then Birchmila corrected me to Cindercloak, or the other way around. Let's go with Cinderclad for now. I don't think Grace is here, so...
Cinder Bastard, nice.
Cindy Bastard, yeah.
Yeah.
Punch you, bitch.
Who said that? I can't see backstage.
Gracie.
Oh, Gracie, are you here?
Gracie made a joke. They said
Gracie?
almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's just listening in and cracking jokes here and there.
There it is. Cinder Bastard.
That is what the Goliaths would call that prick.
Yeah, pretty much. To quote Gamzelos, you don't get a name.
That Cinder
Gotta
Bastard
earn
had a
that shit.
focus. He I destroyed that, and he wasn't able to do the magic anymore. Did these things have one as well?
Did Lash see anything like that before getting special beam cannoned into awful?
Insight. Sort of.
What did they have?
They were focusing on their spears.
Lash does the kind of somewhat gesture like tilt her hand side to side. They focused in on their spears. That's the closest thing to a focus I could see. Before, you know.
You went for a
Get
dip.
in their face and disarm them, and their effectiveness is greatly lowered.
Crowding in one area also seems to be horribly ineffective.
Hey, my guess was going to be either the spears or the diadem. Also, hi.
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 Do we need to catch you up?
No, I've been listening.
I hope my speaking up for Firga was accurate.
For the most part, yeah.
And
So,
yet we cannot
What
keep
went
up.
unsaid was that Firga was going to ask Irithir to fill them in on what they know about these two specifically.
I
Not
did
just,
say
like-
that.
Not just the abilities, but like also their motivations, their personalities.
Mm.
How much do I know about those two, actually?
Quite a bit, but calling them lapdogs of Karamdon isn't really accurate.
Uh-huh.
They are some of the most decorated soldiers in Renlo-Zigatil. They are things that will only make sense to Vader. Like, he's a Stynian, man. Like,
Uh-huh.
he's the Avenger of the High Ice. He is, like, he's the Golden Boy. He's a celebrity. But he also, like, rolls up and turns the tide of battle. Valene, slightly less well known by design, but, like, the twins, the twins, 8th Karamdon, are, like, they're pop stars. And well deserved. Like, they are the elite of the elite. They are, like, they're the PCs of the High Ice. Like, they're dragon
that-
killers, quite literally.
Yeah. I should say I designed their names. The 8th Karamdon part means they're part of House Karamdon, but they're not, like, related.
I know. That's why I
Yeah.
said the twins related to House Karamdon.
Uh-huh.
So like a branch family kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
My biggest question is, why are they here chasing down one fugitive when there's a war going on?
That's the question, but at least part of the answer is because you're the Prime Minister.
Uh-huh.
Like, if
now
you're-
our prime minister with the nuclear launch codes fled. We better go find him.
like, if you're going to assassinate a political opponent, you send an assassin greater than the political opponent's power.
Uh-huh.
And I remind you, when you left Renlo-Zigatil, you had a contingent of Lancers with you.
Yeah.
They were expecting to have to kill. Oh,
Yep.
they were expecting to have to kill Lancers, like their own people,
Mhm.
to get to you.
Yep.
Something else I keep circling back to is specifically the phrase "call off the attack." And would it be possible to make an insight check whether he meant call off your friends attacking us right now or something else?
Do you speak Elvish?
Oh, right, that was in Elvish, wasn't it?
He did
Never
not say
mind.
a word in common.
Never mind.
Yeah, they never said anything in common.
Okay then.
Like, I'm happy to entertain that thought, but somebody who actually understood him has to proffer it.
Oh well.
I think I did last session.
Did I not answer you?
I proffered it to the party is the thing.
Ah. I can't do anything with that.
Yeah. So unless you want to make the check or
I mean,
someone else does, then
What I'm saying is I told them what they said. So anyone could make that check.
Yeah, Firga. In that case, like, so
I'm guessing it would be like disadvantage then, because I only got the tone.
extremely, like,
Okay.
you don't know this person, and it's literally he said, she said. Like, inside.
So not only is it disadvantage, but the DC is going to be high as hell.
Pretty high, yeah. You're absolutely right.
Well, it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I mean, better to roll dice than not, because if you roll, you always fail. Or if you don't, roll, if you don't roll, you always fail. I'm sorry, it's been a day. It's been a week.
Look, I know I'm unlucky, but I'm not that unlucky.
If you roll, you always fail. Azaka Stormfang has entered the chat.
It's kind of like how if it has stats, it can be killed.
Fucking Azaka has like +8 to some of her stats, and I have not rolled above a 5. It's ridiculous.
How is she doing in How to Pay?
Better.
Better.
She hasn't had to roll any dice yet. She's in charge already.
Sorry, I'll roll it in a second. I gotta wait for the page to finish loading.
Yeah.
We all know that she didn't intimidate her way to a top break, did.
You're right. Like, Azaka Stormfang, the woman who said, hey, you know, I'm not supposed to take fall damage. Let me just fall off Firefinger 3 times.
3 fucking times.
God, Azaka, why are you like this?
When I went down to visit,
Don't worry, guys. I'm here. I'm immune to non-magical damage. At least I can tank. Like,
I call my
At least she's doing less floor tanking than Dinke is. It's fine.
I mean, wow, absolutely valid. Azaka is like CR6. Shago is CR2 and does exceptionally more damage than Azaka does. It's ridiculous.
That's what you mean, did.
That's true. That's true. The mighty Shago got his ass beat.
the Bronze Giants.
More accurately, Congo got his ass beat. But anyway,
Congo got Shago's ass beat.
yes,
And his own ass.
and his own ass. I'll kick your ass. I'll kick your ass. I'll kick my own ass. Hi, Droofy.
Hi, Droofy. Hi, fall damage.
It was mostly Droofy.
It was mostly Droofy, but I think the fall damage gave him that failed death save.
There it is.
No, it outright killed him, actually.
Oh, shit.
Would you like that one or that one for your? That's not high enough.
I'll take that one. I could add a superiority die to that, but I don't know if that would be enough.
Well, the
even if I roll well.
the war banner pushes you up to 14. Your superiority dice is a D8, so
Right.
you could potentially get 22.
I'll give it a try.
There is no harm in trying.
It sounds like you guys are getting ready to short rest anyway, so. Go on, Firga. Be-do?
Oi, do the thing.
Come on, Dice, do the thing.
The clicky clacks.
Do the roll. Do the thing. Do it.
Hey, you have to yell every roll 20.
Yeah, I was trying to force it to roll.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. 19. Like, 19 is a high roll. I can't dispute that. But, like, you don't know this guy. You can't see his facial expression. You couldn't understand him.
Even if it's high, it might not be high enough.
I can't in good conscience give it to you over a 19.
Fair enough.
It's not even that I particularly want to obfuscate this point. I just...
Can't justify it.
I can't justify it. Like, Irithyr could make the same damn check and it would be easier, like...
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to, intuit it, I guess.
Yeah, go
like,
ahead.
what he meant. Is it insight?
Yeah. Because, like, Barethir and Valene both said it.
Yeah. Oh!
There you go!
Yeah, that works.
And take my +4. Apparently the dice like Irithyr tonight.
So, he got a nat 20. So,
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hot diggity.
Nat 27 with the War Banner. This is gonna sound like a cop-out, and I'm sorry, but the answer is both. He wanted you to stop... Barethir wanted you to, like, do something as High Diviner. Valene was like, call off your dogs.
Yeah. Barethir said it doesn't have to be this way.
It doesn't have to be this way. Yep.
Which could just mean come back to the capital and get your death trial. Your mock death trial.
Well, more accurately, like, it probably means they wanted to talk, but they were not willing to talk on neutral ground. Which, if they thought you had a contingent of Lancers, that's a good reason for them not to want to talk on neutral ground. But also, Irithyr, another reason they might want to take you away from there is so that they don't talk in front of your granddaughter.
Uh-huh.
Like, it is entirely possible that Barethir was being proper. I understand. You were on the wrong side of his glaive. I get that. But it is entirely possible that Barethir was trying to adhere to decorum.
That's true.
He's still a little bitch.
Feels
Absolutely.
like a really good decision that I sent her away the other direction now.
But it could also mean that they don't know that.
Uh-huh. Which we could turn to our advantage.
Potentially. Like, think about it. Barethir answered your call. You know, when you cast Sending on him, like, he picked up.
Uh-huh.
He didn't have to.
He didn't send you straight to voicemail of piss off, traitor.
Are the twins in the bubble to talk? Probably not entirely. Are they here to kill Irithyr? There is a solid chance, yes.
But there's also a good chance we can meet around the negotiating table at least once.
Yes.
If they were here to kill Irithyr...
Like, if for, like, maybe not the negotiating table, but, like, the standard in the middle of the battlefield. Like, negotiate, maybe not. Parlay? Probably.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
The fact that the ghosty one didn't just stab you between the ribs several times... It feels like it means something.
There wasn't a kill shot on any of you. Like, she put Dawn down, but, like... Valene can kill.
She never went back in to make mincemeat.
No, and she could have.
She could have annihilated Irithyr.
Yeah.
If it were there just to kill Irithyr, man would be dead.
Yeah, it would have been a two-pronged attack right from the beginning, and
Yes.
Irithyr would be dead.
Correct.
There's ulterior motives here.
Oh, well, of course there is. They're elves. But more to the point, like... Were you on the wrong side of Barethir's lance? Yes. Did they act aggressively towards you? Yes. But if they held back, because they thought your men and your granddaughter were around, that means that Baratheer was acting, like, properly. He was trying to get you away for the indignity. Which explains why he froze you first.
Uh-huh.
He could have just dropped off of his owl and skewered you.
Yeah.
That fucking meteor dive that he does hurts.
Uh-huh.
Shish Kathir.
Speaking of, who has his glaive?
I do.
Okay.
I'll have to be
He's
wary.
pissy about that.
Of course he does.
If it came down to it, they could kill me in a single strike. They
And
didn't.
why didn't they?
That's the question, isn't it? There may be a chance of parlay yet.
They will seize the next opportunity. They see what your defenses are now.
Uh-huh.
Like, they will attack again. And you can't count on that same dignity because you gave Baratheer as good as you got. Like, there is a very high chance that the Avenger is now going to be like, fucking take him.
Uh-huh.
Like, there is a chance that you could parlay. There's also a chance that you blew it by not parlaying.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's not depend on any mercies.
Because you hurt Baratheer bad. You know you did. Granted, he took 6 of you, but you hurt him. You hurt him bad enough that he left.
Depending on how things go, we might be able to force the issue anyway. If these two are close, I mean.
They won't be willing to give up information. Though... Blast. Why are they here and not fighting dragons?
That's what I was thinking.
Has Earther voiced the thing about the Dragon War being a sham?
Don't think so.
Fighting dragons? That's all they need to be doing?
Okay, how do I word this?
While you're thinking, I think it's been long enough, Guiding Wind.
Yeah.
That is a totem of River's Aid.
Ooh. Let me pull up the totem to put this stuff in.
Are you keeping it?
I mean, I want to put down what it does before I decide.
It mimics Healing Spirit,
Oh.
Yo!
If
but
you
it
tried
uses your elemental die instead of a d6.
Ignore me, I know I'm dropping stuff.
Is it sort of similar to Lifestream?
No. Well, sort of. Livestream, like, randomly ticks on a person.
Mm-hmm.
This totem sticks on a person.
What does it do ascended?
Bigger radius.
Okay. That's still pretty nice, though.
If you try to take it, Lash will conk your head against the ground.
There's no rule that you can't use it while we're here.
Yeah.
And if it gets destroyed?
He just goes back to the Pokeball like a Pokemon, it's fine.
Yeah, just to be clear, the thing that he plonks down with the big aura, if that gets destroyed, nothing happens except Wind takes a little bit of strain.
Yeah.
It's the little totem on his belt that he needs to keep safe.
Which if
Yeah.
he falls in lava, like, we got bigger issues.
Fair.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Like, the only way that my totems no longer work is A, if the foci goes away, or B, they get dispelled.
Yep.
Like,
Other than
if Wind falls in lava, we've got bigger issues.
Like
You're gonna be missing a lot of fur.
the big glowing bears that are like half the size of Wind that he slams down, those are magical effects.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought
That-
they were physical items.
That being said, if they do get destroyed, it hurts Wind.
Yeah.
It's like being punched in the stomach.
A little bit.
I mean, I'm gonna hold on to it for now. When we're leaving, that's when I can decide to put it back or not.
Fair enough.
This entire time, like, once you start like messing with the totem, Lash just gives you a look of, "Don't steal that shit, motherfucker."
Have you spent any time with the lance while Irithir is thinking of what to say next? Not the lance, the glaive.
I mean, if that gets done in a pretty amount of time, then yeah.
Okay. This is a nice weapon.
It's an elvish weapon. This boy's fancy.
It's not only fancy, it's like... You know how, like, a Ferrari has a really specific, like, silhouette?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? It's kind of like that. It's got, like, really good edges and curves and swoops. And, like, it's, like, even not attuned to it, this thing is, like, ethereally light. Which is usually not what you want in a glaive, but, like, just, like, moving it between your hands makes the blades whistle. Like, this thing is a finely tuned instrument. And if you want to attune to it, we can have that conversation. I don't know how many magic items you have.
I have...
Your totems don't count, remember?
Yeah, they don't count towards that. The only magic item I have is the Giant Slayer Battle Axe.
Okay. You want to attune to it?
Fuck it, why not?
This is a +3 Elvish double warglaive of Drakebane and Head Taking.
Oh.
It's not Vorpal. Vorpal is if you crit, it cuts off a limb. This is not quite that.
Okay.
It's Keen 3, and does vulnerability damage to Dragonkin.
Okay.
And if you get a Valorous with it, it cuts their head off.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is the...
Keen, God.
What stat does it scale off, and what is its damage?
It is a strength weapon.
Okay.
And if you are proficient, it's an exotic weapon, so you have to have full proficiency with it.
I have a question.
If you wield it in one hand, it's a D10. If you wield it in two, it's 2D6.
Okay.
So...
And you can make an attack as a bonus action with it. If you make a main attack.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Nice.
You said a Valorous with it, but it has Keen on it. Does that, like, is a Valorous only counted if it has, like, 2 20s, or is it any crit?
If
counted?
you crit with the first dice and get a nat 20 with the second dice.
Okay, so it has to be that. Whew, okay.
Still, King 3 is insane.
Yeah, that's insane.
And it does vulnerability damage to drakes. Like, this is a Drakebane weapon.
Yeah. Keen 3 means it has a lower crit range, right?
Correct. 13. If you're fighting a Drake, this thing crits on a 13.
Huh.
This is the kind of shit, like,
Only
if I had
against
to
the
give this
Drake?
to an orc house,
Correct.
this is
Only against Drakes.
Otherwise, it's just a really nice glaive.
Otherwise, it's a +3 glaive of head taking.
That's a nice little useful weapon there.
It's two-handed, generally.
Weapon of get he
Okay.
ass.
Weapon of get he ass.
If you use that as a base to rebuild the lance, are those properties going to be carried?
It's possible.
Oh. I'm looking at my notes. I forgot a thing.
Okay.
It confers fall damage to a target.
That's rude.
Oh, that's...
Yeah. Yeah.
That's real rude.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
So the higher you drop from onto a dude, they're taking that damage, not you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Something, something, death from above.
If we have
Yeah.
this thing for that long, I might ask Aether for glaive lessons.
Yeah. Barathir, he uses this weapon to drop off of his owl and break dragons' backs in flight.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't be combining them until after we fucking annihilate the twins, but you know.
Yeah, give the twin and give Barathir a weapon that's even better against dragons. That's a great idea.
Yeah, let's not combine them until after they're off the board.
But on the other hand, fuck dragons. Like,
Yeah, a little bit.
1 second.
Hey, guys, we have a weapon to surpass icing death.
Time to shove this up a dragon's nose.
World's worst Q-tip.
Dragons don't have ears. We can't use it that way.
Even if they don't have ears, they probably have that tympanum membrane thingy.
Like an ear hole.
That's okay, we just shove it up a dragon's cloaca.
Oh
No.
god!
It works downward, I mean, it works upward, but it works better downward.
Why cloaca? Why did you have to use that word?
Because it seems anatomically correct.
On a dragon?
Okay, moving
You
on.
and I ascribe to very different Imgur galleries, Cookie. Anyway,
Would you have preferred vent?
moving
No.
on.
Moving on. I would like.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Okay.
I think
Did you
sorry.
forget this whole thing was to wait for Vader, Nightfall?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead, Vader.
have I not told you of the war against dragons my people wage?
Blank, blank, blank. No.
I know of it. Not
I mean,
much
I
of
know
it.
dragons are generally bad, but you know.
The leaders of Corny Segan would have you believe that it started as a territorial dispute and escalated from there. But I have reason to believe that my people were the ones who started this whole thing with an abhorrent act.
Of?
Oh.
The slaying of the avatar of the Platinum Dragon Bahamut.
Blank, blank.
Noise of.
Killer lives in the woods. I don't know if she knows that name.
Make a 3 check.
Killer lives in the fucking woods.
I mean, that's valid, but also scald.
Yes. Let's see. My history is not fucking great.
Well, add 2 to it. Oh, well, okay.
Also, this
Bahamut's
is,
a
Better than
big
mine.
name too, so
Yeah,
this is also not the first time you've heard Bahamut's name.
that's true. Yeah, Kilio, I think you've heard of the Platinum Dragon Bahamut, or more accurately, you've heard of, so,
I'm curious
dragon, there are 3 Goliath named dragon. There's dragon, there's serpent, and there's, I always waffle on what to call the third one, and I think I'm going to go with Argent.
Urgent.
Silver.
Ah.
Dragon is Icing Death.
Mm.
Serpent is Icing Death's mother and the mother of all bad dragons. And,
Mhm.
and Argent is usually only referred to as her opposite.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't think it clicks immediately in her head.
Okay.
Because I didn't roll super, super high. But I think she goes, do you mean Argent?
I've studied Goliath culture. Do I connect the dots?
I mean, probably. Platinum and silver looks very similar.
Yes, that was the Goliath name, wasn't it?
I'm sorry. Please tell me you're mistranslating something. You... That platinum dragon.
It's the snow elves?
The archive has granted me a vision, and when I saw it, I knew what I was observing inherently.
I thought it was that Serpent and Argent just kind of killed each other.
They
You
don't
know
die
full
that
well Tiamat's not dead.
They don't die that easily. These two dragons are on the level of gods. And apparently there's a third that I don't know about.
Then how did the elves do it?
I'm not sure.
So, I need to specify something about your vision.
Uh-huh.
The avatar of Bahamut was staked down all over with snow elf lances, and his heart was being carted away. But I never said he was dead.
Oh god.
Come to think of it, they didn't kill him, did they? They took his still beating heart.
That was a Civ's noise, not Lash. Lash has some far more gruesome shit.
I think Kilio looks pondering for a moment. Is there a chance that it's still beating?
When
And they're
Helios-
using it for something?
Almost certainly using it. Still beating is more up in the air, but I wouldn't put it past a draconic deity.
Wasn't there something like... Pauses, trying to remember. Farragut, didn't scouts like say there was something at this place, and Earther said that's his city? Some kind of like spark thing?
Hey, I'm sorry, I want to say Allspark, but that's Transformers.
Star Spark.
Starspark, thank you. Hey, the Starspark. I still want to know how the elves wound up with it.
What are the chances that those two things are related?
Could they be the same thing?
Make me a history check here, Leo.
Uh-huh.
Has Irithyr ever been to the Imperial Cathedral in Cornisigan?
I'd think so, yeah.
Cool. Supplement that with an insight check for me, please.
Okay. Oof.
Oof.
Ah, fuck. Does anyone have inspiration from the reroll? They might want it.
I can only give you the war banner, and apparently it likes the number 2 tonight.
No, sorry.
It won't help.
Nobody has inspiration? I'm really surprised.
You're the one who gives it to us.
Yes,
so...
and I thought I gave you some in the fight with Barithir.
No.
Okay, then I'm behind on my notes. Dawn, I thought I gave you inspiration for that talk you had with Irithir. Did you use it?
I might have. Roll20's been on and off again all night for me. So let me
Okay.
try reopening my sheet.
That's fine, but like, I know when you
None.
said like I've been dealing with zealotry, I was like, take inspiration. I don't know if you've used it, and then I gave Irithir inspiration after the fight. I thought.
I don't think so.
Well, you
I must have
should.
used it because I don't have it marked.
Okay. Well, I should have given it to you, Irithir, after the fight. So, If you want to use it here, you can.
Yeah, I'll use my inspiration on that to reroll.
And just for the sake of upkeep, there you go. Firaga, you should have it for the conversations you've been having tactically tonight, and Kilio, you should have it for the pinion.
Okay.
So, with a nat 25,
Nice.
excuse me, nat 24, because last we rolled the War Banner, which she should have. Fair news. Every elf that attends service at the Imperial Cathedral of Dice-Icive hears their pulse in their ears. But thinking about it, Irithir, do they?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh no!
They
Oh, that's so fucked up.
they are the same thing.
Oh no!
Bahamut's heart is in the Imperial Cathedral.
The what now?
Hey, the what now?
What it says on the tin, the cathedral in Corny-Segan.
What's a cathedral?
It's a big church thing.
Lash lives in the ground.
So does Kilio. Those who live in the woods shouldn't throw stones at glass houses. I mean, what?
Look.
But he doesn't live in the woods. He lives in the desert.
Yeah, you're right. Those who live in the desert shouldn't throw stones at glass houses.
Why would you make a house out of glass? It seems horribly impractical.
Yeah, but in the desert, it's
That
really,
depends.
really useful.
To live in, yes. To grow plants in, no.
Really energy efficient.
Oh my god.
It's a great place to throw stones at.
Okay.
Somebody's
So they
gonna
just-
pick this show up at like episode 50 and be like, "What the fuck, desert? What?" And it's a long-running joke with Nightfall at my various tables. I'm not gonna explain it on screen because I'm just gonna dox him. But suffice to say, it's a joke. We have nothing against people who live in desert regions.
But I
Or-
don't.
or
Nightfall's
against
just
people
one
who
of them.
can't-
That's all.
Or against people who can't kill ogres.
Take inspiration.
You motherfucker. Swear to God.
No, we do take issue with people who can't kill ogres.
So do the ogres.
Yeah, right.
Oh my god. Anyway.
Anyway,
Moving right along.
big church thing.
If
You have a church for a still living
well, it's not to worship him, but if it's there, it's too much of a coincidence to not be it. Bahamut's heart is the so-called star spark.
Potentially. We don't know that.
What does the Star Spark even do, supposedly?
Unless they have two immensely powerful magical artifacts in Corny-Segan.
Says the man holding the collection of every spell ever created on his hip.
Yeah, I was. Shooter was about to say, I'm sorry, Irithir. Please don't take this personally. But have you met your peoples?
That's fair. Yet no, it's too early to make assumptions. You are right.
Nonetheless, if that is the Star Spark, I would very much like to look into it.
If there's a... I mean...
Fear gonna make an insight check.
There's no way we're just going to charge into an elven city and try to take back a dragon's heart.
One,
Especially now.
why not? Two,
Soldiers after us.
with a nat 20 fear gone.
Hell yeah.
We're rolling like champs today. This is where
Like-
all our luck from the other campaigns went,
You
apparently.
did.
You're right. But,
You didn't let me finish.
you're right, I
But
didn't.
was going to. I was going to.
Because
Go
you
ahead.
started talking when I told Figure to roll.
Go ahead.
Figure, this sheds some light on your own quest. A certain
Yeah.
prophecy you received?
Oh shit. What? Oh.
Did you write it
yeah.
down?
I did. I gotta find it in my notes. Hang on.
Okay, now you can talk, Nightfall.
We're totally not going to charge into an elven city and try to take back one of the few good dragons still beating hearts unless we got stronger.
I misplaced my notes when I was cleaning up for Finn, so it might take me a few minutes to find it. I'll be right back.
In the meantime, I need to get up too real quick.
Oh, well, fuck. Hi.
Hi. I mean, it sounds like a hunt, Helio.
I mean, it does, honestly. Elves are stuck-up bastards anyway, it's fine.
How many of them really know, though?
I mean...
Irithir didn't know.
That's true. Ooh. Got another cult scenario on our hands, oh boy.
A cult of dragons, you say?
No,
Wait.
Nightfall, shut up! Nightfall, shut up!
Nightfall said the magic word.
I hate you, Fox.
Why? Why? Did you just get shot with Chekhov's gun?
This is all coming full circle, and I hate you for it.
It's all according to Keikaku. All according
Hi,
to
let me just drop this Chekhov's hand grenade in the middle of the group again.
What's that fucking meme? Martyr, drop a live grenade when killed?
You're right. Nightfall hates getting shot by Chekhov's gun, but if he was more perceptive IRL, this wouldn't keep happening.
If my wisdom wasn't being roleplayed like it was a 2, maybe I'd be alright.
What
alright,
about your
check out-
IRL wisdom?
Ha! Ha! You think I have a wisdom score IRL.
I mean, you didn't make it to the city of Brass. What were you saying, Cookie?
I love getting shot by Chekhov's sniper rifle.
Chekhov's sniper rifle is for one very specific person. Chekhov's hand grenade is when I throw it in the middle of the group and say something, and half the group goes, "Damn it, Fox!"
So if that's for a few people, is Chekhov's landmine when everybody is like, "Aw, you fucker."
No, Chekhov's landmine is when Gamzee or Nightfall steps in it, there's a beat of silence, and then I just hear, "Fuck!"
Yeah, that's fair.
I've fallen for quite a few of those. God damn it.
Yeah,
I come back to fuck. What I missed?
a Chekhov's hand grenade. You missed another Chekhov's hand grenade.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to fill him in, Nightfall?
Yeah, I went to start talking about how, this scenario, like, feels like a hunt. Elves are stuck-up bastards anyway, and then Kit goes, well, they don't all know, and I'm like, yeah? Sounds like another cult situation. And then Kit goes, you mean like a cult of dragons? And we started panicking.
The exact words were, "A cult of dragons," you say?
That has terrifying implications, but I don't know if I want to suggest it.
So for those of you who may not be fully aware of the implications of that, the cult of dragons are what Tiamat's worshippers call themselves.
That is so much worse than what I was thinking.
I knew it was down this path. I knew it was.
No, it's all right. There's a group of mostly teenagers who's going to take care of that.
Yeah, but they're gonna get shed on by some titans over there.
So you might have noticed that a lot of DA is dealing with dragons or dragon-like entities currently. You might say, as always, dragons. Sic Semper Draconis.
Coming to a YouTube series near you.
I mean, yeah, even How to Pay started. I mean, Duncan got shat on recently. You might want to go catch that on the Patreon.
What I'm trying to say is, the Avengers ain't got nothing on me when it comes to crossover events. I've been planning this for over a year. You still haven't figured out all the pieces yet.
I'm aware. I'm sad.
It's not just references in the other games. All of you fuckers are gonna be dealing with dragons.
Yeah, it's great, wonderful, huzzah.
It's fine. We got this. We're the players.
So, while we're waiting for Fury to come back, would you guys like to take a short rest?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Well, while I take the short rest, I would like to start looking over the dagger, if that produces any results.
Yeah. Give me an investigation check, my sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Irithyre's theme, not Fearda's theme. That's good. It should have been Irithyre's theme. I just was looking at Kilio's thing for no good reason.
Time to roll like ass.
No sign of my notes.
I would like a war banner.
In the meantime, I have a different notebook to take notes into.
So, the prophecy that you got, Firgo, was about the Dwergar.
Right.
And he said he was a threat to all above and below the north. And the source of his power was the same hidden in the high ice.
Right. Shit.
By the way, we're taking a short rest.
Okay.
Where's that war banner? And or bean footage.
Yeah.
Took nearly all my dice, but I'm back at full health.
It upsets me that there are people alive today that do not know what what the bean footage reference is.
It's awful.
War banner, please.
There's
Okay.
a war banner. I hit that.
So, Kilio, you got a modified 18.
Ooh, nice.
So,
Let me open my notes so I can be typing.
well, you've got 4 questions banked. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you the answers. I'm going to let you solve the puzzle, but I'm going to make sure your information is accurate.
Okay.
I'm sorry, real quick before you jump into the question, what was the city's name again?
Corny Seekin.
Cornesigan. Thank you.
Do I know how to spell it? Fuck no.
That's okay, because I do.
Hooray!
Yay!
Corney.
It's almost as if it's in their
Thank you.
background.
So, the Owl's Pinion. You are intimately familiar with this weapon by now, Kilio Wolfwalker. It's a curved dagger with a handle and 3 distinct blade segments meant to look like a pinion feather of an owl. These segments separate into the whip form that you recently uncovered, and on the handle in Goliath runes it says, "A single strike, tempered with wisdom, can fell a mountain." It doesn't look a great deal different than its slumbering form, aside from the fact that you have its alternate forms now. You're familiar with it, and you feel like if there was something to it, you would have seen it by now.
Mm-hmm.
You have 4 questions. Any information you have about Owl's Pinion is on the table. If you need me to clarify something, I will. If you need me to refresh you on something, I might, depending on how obscure it is. can take whatever action you want with opinion. You are not obstructed.
I want to take a look at the alternate forms as well, because I'm not intimately familiar with them. That's only a recent development.
Okay.
What can you tell me in specifics about the alternate forms?
It depends on which form you want the dagger to take. You have 3 additional forms, I think?
3 additional forms.
Yeah. Which one do you want to look at?
I'm gonna start with the spinning blade form. Just as much detail as you can possibly give me about
the spinning blade form. I'm gonna try real hard to make this not look like a dick. Is shaped differently than the base form of the pinion. The base form of the pinion just looks like a curved hunting knife. The spinning blade form of the pinion. Can you see those circles?
Yes, I can.
Looks like I didn't do it right, but it's the curves go opposite ways.
So like a tiny version of Thanos' big ass sword.
No, because they're circular. They're curved. Actually, Gracie, could you do it? Put yes, and then make the other curve go the other way.
So more like a the hurricane symbol.
Yes. Yes. The both blades look like the pinions. They don't have distinct sections. And you hold it like around the center ring, and you throw it, like not quite like a frisbee. You when you throw it, your fingers are pointed. Your palm is pointed up, and you flick your wrist to make it like almost like you're skipping a stone. To make it spin. It has it has an inscription.
It does.
It has an inscription.
What? I'm assuming reading it's not going to count as my question.
Mm-mm. On one side, it says, "The ground is firm," and on the other side, it says, "The snow is quiet."
Why does that sound familiar?
Fuck!
But no, seriously, why does that sound familiar?
Because I've heard this statement before. The ground is firm, the snow is quiet?
Mm-hmm. You want to fill people in where you've heard it before?
Mevu, and specifically while I was using Speak with Animals, has said this exact statement before.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
I'm gonna swap for piercing blade form.
The boomerang?
Yes.
So the boomerang, it looks almost like an axe. It's got a big... Why can I not remove your... There we go. It's got a big, thick handle on it. And then it comes up... And it's almost like a cleaver on one side. And then the other side hooks down really sharply to a point, almost like an axe. And that's the part that, like, boomerangs into the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not drawing it correctly, but you get the general idea.
Yes.
Somewhere between, like, an Uruk-hai's sword and Sokka's boomerang.
I gotcha.
And it also has an inscription. It says...
This is me examining it in the alternate forms.
Correct.
Before I start asking the questions, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's the inscription on this one say?
The inscription on this one says... From above, we make our mark, our wings to the wind. It's got more space to write on, so it's a bit longer.
Okay. And the last one is the parrying blade form.
Parrying blade is very simple, just looks like a sai.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Does it too have an inscription?
It does. It says, "Our talons ne'er release."
How do you spell that? Nair? What?
In apostrophe ERE.
E-R-E.
Or in E apostrophe ER. I don't know how to spell it.
It's basically a shortening of never.
Never, yeah. Talons is capitalized. Not that that matters in Goliath runes, but yeah.
Yes.
Well, if talons is capitalized, that makes me think the people rather than actual pointy things.
Ground is firm, the snow is quiet. From above we make our mark. Our wings to the wind, and our talons never release. Interesting. Hmm.
You have 4 questions.
I do have 4 questions.
By the way,
Mm-hmm.
do you still have your inspiration?
I do.
Give it to somebody else because you just earned 1. Because the first thing out of your mouth was, "What about the other forms?" And that was exactly the right move.
Okay. Who wants inspiration? Hello?
Might need it without me having my armor.
I'll give it to you, Lash.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, in the order that you showed them, Kilio, base form, a single strike tempered with wisdom can fell a mountain. Ricochet form, the ground is firm, the snow is quiet. Piercing form, I've already forgotten what I said.
From above we make our mark, our wings to the wind.
Yes, and then parrying form, our talons ne'er release. I need your questions.
So my
Alright.
first question is not just looking at the dagger in the various forms.
Mm-hmm.
Across all of the different forms, are there any, say, special embellishments that I can feel holding it that aren't necessarily easily visible, like maybe inside the ring of the spinning blade form? For like an odd example.
Somebody else is getting inspiration.
Oh, well, shit.
Nightfall's nailing this puzzle.
I like puzzles. Who else needs it? Like,
Who among us doesn't have it?
let's see.
I've got some because I made Kit laugh.
Dawn, you use yours, Dawn, I know that. So, yeah, I think Dawn doesn't have it right now.
Okay.
So I'll
Dawn-
give it to Dawn.
Don, you got inspiration if you're here.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, my old man got a new machine and he's setting that up, so I'm No.
Gotcha.
There is maybe Kilio has subconsciously been using it. There's a divot in every form where you put your index finger, and if you put your index finger in that divot, you always have like the correct grip on the dagger.
Interesting. Okay. I do want to examine that more closely.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
I wish I had a portent to give you for this.
My perception is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it is.
That's the one I'm not, that's the one skill I'm not afraid to call out on.
So there is a divot. You handily beat the check. There is a divot. The pinion is shrunk down to be used by a halfling.
Yes.
But it's clearly
No,
like
actually no.
Hmm?
You told me it did not shrink. Specifically, it did not shrink to my size, but I was still able to use it. You made it especially clear as if it was important.
it shrank a little.
Shrank a little. Okay.
It did not become a small dagger,
Yes.
but it shrank a little.
Okay.
You are correct. It is still a medium dagger, but it's. What I meant to say was like. It's a medium dagger for you. It was a large dagger for Nacha.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that felt important because you would stress that.
It is important. It is important, but it's like I want to be clear. Like if it was still a large dagger, you couldn't use it at all.
Okay.
I misspoke a little. It did not shrink as much as you. Now that you're familiar with magic items, the dagger seems big.
Gotcha.
So there is a divot. It's easiest to see in the boomerang form because it's the biggest. It's a different color, and it is an indent where your finger goes. But there's an etching inside it. What languages do you speak?
Let me pull that up. The languages I speak a good number of languages. Hang
I know
on.
you do.
Common, Giant, Dwarven, Sylvan, Orcish, Draconic, Gnomish, Celestial, Uthgargic, and that's it.
Okay. Believe it or not, it's a celestial.
Really? Okay. I'm glad I picked up Celestial from the what are they called? The ones we met in Goodmead. The spirits.
Kodama.
The Kodamas.
Yes. It is the celestial rune for shadow, which is not a commonly used celestial word.
Interesting. Is it examining it across forms? Is it the exact same?
Good question. It is.
Okay.
Got 3 questions. I'm not saying this to get you to stop. Just keep in mind, you may not have all the information right now.
Yes. Yes.
You also may.
Is there anything strange about the shadow when you throw it?
That's something I've never considered before. That's like not something I don't think I've ever paid attention to, because when I throw it, I'm not looking at the shadow of it. But I wanted to ask this.
You don't want to follow up on that?
I do, but just a question. That is a good question. Yeah, anything particular about the shadow of it? Like when it's held against a light source?
When it's held when it's held in your hand against a light source, no.
But like when I hold it, like maybe by the blade, and then it makes a shadow against the ground with it?
Nope.
Right, but I mean like the thing in flight, so to speak.
I don't know how I would, because I teleport, unless I like toss it up and catch it. I could try that.
If you need a target, you can throw it at Furga.
If you toss it, Kilio, your shadow will be blocking it.
Wouldn't that depend where the light source is?
Yeah, that would depend on light source.
If you throw it up vertically, well, I guess, yeah, if the light source is in front.
If the light source is to my side,
yeah, you could project it horizontally. That's true.
I would like to attempt that.
If you need a light, Aether can give you one.
How bright?
The light spell.
Does that...
20 foot bright, 20 foot dim.
Okay. You're gonna need more than that.
More than that.
I will say.
How about daylight?
Okay.
We could also ask if there's like a way to turn on the lights in this place.
The lights are on.
Wasn't sure.
I think like after testing it, like it's not.
You want to cast daylight, Dawn?
Yeah. Looks like I have one last third.
Okay. So, yeah, if you guys like Aether cast light near the pinion.
Killian goes like, I think I have something, but I need some help with it.
Yeah, you guys are all like watching the wall. It looks like a dagger, and then Dawn makes the sun beside Kilio. Kilio throws. Yeah, right.
I need more light. Dawn takes a rock off his belt.
Yeah, you throw the dagger up, and the shadow on the wall is the silhouette of an owl.
Ooh. Okay.
I feel smart.
For the record, figure you're getting inspiration, because that riddle was you have to see the shadow in daylight, which I was expecting to be after oral, on bare snow, but the walls in here are white, so it works.
Yes! Also, I already have inspiration. Who else wants it?
I think we're all full up on inspiration right now.
Well, Wayne doesn't have it.
Yeah,
Win, take inspiration.
Yo, this is the champions at peak, bro. What the fuck is tonight?
I don't know if Cookie is here is the thing.
Well, we'll tell him when he gets back.
No, I'm listening and I'm just muted because I'm doing some things.
Oh, okay.
Now, you have that information, Kilio. What are you going to do with it?
Come on, dude. You're on such a roll.
I'm on such a roll.
You've still got 3 questions.
I have one last stupid idea. Something mark on the ground. Maybe you have to cast it on the floor.
What?
From above we make our mark, our wings to the wind. So maybe you have to cast the shadow on the ground.
That's a fair point. Dawn, can you move the light source?
And he'll move the stone, cover it with both hands.
What are you trying to do?
Change the position of the shadow. Because part of the riddle was from above.
The owl only appeared when you threw the dagger.
I would have to throw it laterally this time.
Yes.
But that would more coincide with the riddle. From above we make our mark.
So that's not lateral, friend.
What?
The dagger moving horizontally would be...
would make a mark on the ground from above.
The dagger falling from a horizontal toss. You have done that a ton of times.
But in daylight, on
But not in daylight.
surface.
We've been in darkness
Also,
almost
the
this
floor
entire...
is not white.
That's
Darn.
fair. That
Ah,
part.
well.
Helio's gonna take off her cloak. Not her cloak, her armor.
You're gonna throw the dagger at your armor.
Like, over it, pass over it.
'Cause
With the light
wait,
positioned in a way. Because my armor is as white as snow.
While valid, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Oh.
Or you're not listening to what you're saying.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Like, I'm so close yet so far.
Yes, that is exactly right. Like, if you want to use your armor as a snow allegory, I'm not going to tell you that's a bad idea. What I am telling you is you have thrown your dagger laterally so many times and nothing has happened.
Has he done it in daylight?
Yeah, but, like, the thing...
Yes, you
no,
did.
hang
at
on.
the moot.
Right.
Right, you're right.
I didn't know we had daylight at the moon.
You had a little bit.
Oh, okay.
It was like
fair
like
enough.
twilight.
Fair enough.
It wasn't dark until you got to the river. I haven't even said so.
Well, that's why I've been pushing on, like, the lateral thing, because I didn't realize there was daylight at the moot at all. Yeah.
Regardless, Nightfall, throwing the dagger laterally and letting it drop onto the ground. I don't care how much of a Magic the Gathering player you are, that's not an attack from above. It's not.
Oh. I'm dumb. Hang on.
Did I hear somewhere that we need snow?
We should be good for the moment.
It should be good for the minute.
Because I can make us snow.
Noted.
Where's a high? Is there a higher point in the set room?
There's lockers. What have you done exactly one time in this campaign?
Failed to kill an ogre.
I mean, valid.
I'm missing what you're putting down on that. There's a lot of things I've done exactly once.
That involves the riddle.
Is it hardcore parkour?
Involves the riddle. Let me read the riddle
in
again.
the Verbeeg cave, you threw the dagger up into a tree, and then you threw a dagger down to bring that momentum down on a Verbeeg. Every other time you have thrown the dagger, it has been lateral or up.
You're right.
How do owls attack?
They swoop down. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll...
But you're over here like, if I throw the dagger laterally, what do you usually do?
You're right. That's what I usually do. So, yes, I think... I mean, I guess with... Screw the shadow against the ground thing, against the wall, which is white. Climb on top of the lockers, which are probably pretty tall lockers, all things considered.
They're double, like, top bottom, like, high school lockers. So
It's like if you really needed to get up there and you couldn't, like Dawn could get you up.
yes, correct.
Yeah, and then from that position, in a spot where the light would be cast on the white wall, I'm going to throw the dagger to the ground.
Okay. Anybody who wants to can make a perception check except Kelio.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Okay.
How many war banners am I rolling?
Apparently 5.
Plus the one that comes with me by default.
So
Oh,
so
I
4.
didn't switch to myself. My
No,
bad.
no, you didn't. I will say this, Slash, nobody needs it except Earthier.
That would have been nice to know before you.
So, yeah, you guys see Kelio. I'm gonna actually switch off the music. Hang on. We're gonna. Oh shit! What did I do? There we go. We're gonna get rid of Kelio's theme, and we're gonna pull out Jara's theme
Oh boy!
Yo!
because you throw the dagger downward at the ground, Kelio. There's a visible, like ruffle of feathers, and a shriek that everybody can hear except Kelio. The shadow on the wall is a diving owl, even though Kelio teleports. And when you hit Kelio, like you land in a crouch with the blade embedded in the floor, when you pull it out, there's 5 marks on the floor.
Last
jeez.
time,
There's a mark.
Last-
There's a mark where the blade was.
Okay.
There's a mark here and here and here and here.
Interesting. So the middle one's the original mark?
Correct.
Okay. I guess I'm going to look at the dagger.
What form was it in? I'm assuming base.
Base, yes.
The 3 segments of the whip, how they're styled to look like a feather, they have a hard edge. Oh, excuse me, on the top and bottom. Because, well, the blade is on the bottom, but, like, they have a hard edge on either side, right?
Uh-huh.
So, because the blade is split into 3 corners, or 3 segments, there's 4 corners and the tip of the blade.
Okay.
You with me so far?
Yes.
Those corners are extended, like the blade is warped.
I see. Kind of like, I don't know, a set of talons?
More like ruffled feathers.
More like ruffled feathers. Okay,
The mark on the floor looks more like a set of talons.
interesting. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Stepping away from the group, does it still do the whip motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you do the whip and bring it back, the corners have stuck back into place. It's as it always looks now.
Oh, this is...
that's so fucking cool.
Like, just to double check that that was 100% correct, what I'm going to do is I'm climb back up on the lockers and throw it down again.
Okay.
And see if it does the same thing.
Same thing. The corners are extended.
Interesting.
Maybe
And
something.
I'm going to change forms.
can't.
I can't.
Something about talons not letting go.
I can't change forms while it's like this.
Perhaps grab a hold of those corners and strike again.
Yeah, grab the blade. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, half swording is a thing, and I've never heard of half daggering.
You still have 2 questions.
Still have 2 questions. What does this change seem to provide?
Nothing. Less aerodynamics, more things to get caught on. It changes the weight. Like, sticky out bits on a blade are never a good thing.
Has the inscription changed?
No. Only the border, like the not tang, but only the like gilding, for want of a better word, on the edges of the blade has changed.
It's the corners of the blade that are out?
Correct. So like, imagine the blade is. Grayson, can you give me a curved like Bowie knife? But with 3 distinct segments, please.
Well, let me see what I can do.
It doesn't have to be like good. Just like I cannot get the curve. I've been trying this whole time.
Yeah. I just can't remember what a Bowie knife looks like.
But it's probably a bad example. A very small falchia,
Okay.
but with 3 distinct segments on the blade.
It's not right.
So like heck.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm having.
Now I can't select it.
If you guys could see Owl's Pinion clearly in my head, like, we would never be having this difficulty. But because I've never been able to describe this thing correctly, we keep running into these issues.
I think I see what I was doing wrong. That might be a little too curvy. When you say 3 segments, what do you mean?
Like, segment.
Okay. Right, because feather.
Yes, exactly.
Line down the middle or no?
Line down either side. That's what I was trying to say. No. Like, the line down the middle, except it's on each side of the blade. Exactly what you drew. Twice. One to either side. There you go.
Like that?
Yeah, but all the way down.
Okay.
I started drawing something over on the side. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if
Nightfall, you're actually closer. The whip separates at the triangles. So, when you did the dive thing, right there where the blue line touches, right here where the blue line touches, right here. Oh, I went too far. At the point where the segment meets the blood trough, basically, those 4 bits are now sticking out, like the metal hasn't been shaved correctly.
I feel like there's still a puzzle left here.
Of course there is.
When they
You made the dagger worse, and you can't transform it. Of course there's still a puzzle here.
When those bits come away, is there anything underneath them?
Come away from what? They're just sticking out now. Like, there's more of them. They've grown.
I'd hate to volunteer for this Wolfwalker, but just on a hunch, try wrapping me with that.
I'm sorry?
It's the whip form you were calling it, right?
When you pulled the whip out, this went away.
Oh, I see. Never mind.
See, my thing is, just about the only thing this would be good for is when you stab into something, it's going to... When it impacts, it changes shape, and it would be nigh impossible to pull it free.
No. These are not barbs. Barbs are a specific design. These are literally just bits of the filigree extended. They're just like rounded off like wires almost. Rounded off rods would probably be a better way to say it.
This doesn't feel right. Hang on. I think I'll do the whip thing and swap it, like get it back to the regular shape.
Yep.
And I want to try doing the exact same thing, but in a different form, if that's possible.
It's not there.
I want to try and doing it with,
So, let's go down the list. The ricochet form will bounce. The boomerang form will not go the way that you aim it. And you can't throw the parrying form.
So that doesn't get me anywhere. A good line of thought, but it doesn't provide me anything.
What you should do is utilize your questions. You still have 2.
Alright, I forgot about those.
Is there anything else that's changed about the blade?
No. Let's presume you left the rods out.
Okay.
Is there any cultural significance to that quincunx pattern? It made when it impacted?
I can't answer that coming from you.
Fair enough.
And I think that was gonna be my next line of thought, was because the dagger changing shape to this doesn't. It's not seeming to provide me with any clues that I'm seeming to understand, but maybe the markings do.
So, we can explore that if you want to use that as one of your questions, but I need to remind you of something.
Okay.
How many senses do you have?
I'm dumb as fuck. See, Nightfall, me.
Nightfall is only using Keelio's eyes.
I tend to rely on mostly my eyes. I'm okay. So again, like exploring physically instead of asking questions. Does it? Okay, I'm gonna ask the dumb, obvious no question first. Does it smell any different?
Yes.
Oh.
What have we said about assuming, Nightfall?
I mean, that's why I asked anyway. You don't get anywhere if you don't ask. Okay, like, again, exploring instead of asking, what does it smell?
You want me to, okay. It smells like... Have you ever played an instrument, Nightfall?
Yes, I have. I've played a violin.
Okay. Have you ever had to, not replace a string, but have you ever had to replace the knobs on the end of the violin?
I have not.
Have you ever seen them removed?
Yes.
Have you been in that situation when they're removed?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Those knobs that haven't been taken off in 10 years or whatever...
They have a weird smell to them, yeah.
They have a weird smell to them. And that smell is old oil. Old oil of a valve that has not been released in a long time. That is the smell coming off of the knife. It's a very specific smell, and I only know how to describe it in the context of music. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
Wait, old oil that hasn't, like...
Something is designed to move, but it's not designed to be removed and come in contact with the open air, except very rarely. That type of oil. That like gluey, denatured oil smell that I only know in the context of music.
It's not the same as motor oil, but
no.
It can be described similarly.
No, because motor oil is designed to be used and consumed. It's perishable.
Yes. But there's that same tang in the smell.
I would argue it smells more like glue or wax than it does.
It smells
motor
more
oil.
like it smells similar to the resin used to resin up a bow.
Yes.
So god awful got it.
I disagree.
It's actually not terrible.
I think the resin actually smells kind of nice. It's just a unique smell.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another example would be like if a piano hasn't been opened in a long time. It's kind of
that one I know.
kind of that smell with less must. So yes, it does smell different, Kilio.
Would Kilio recognize that smell?
Fuck no.
So I can't make the assumption of that being the result of disuse.
No, you know what blade oil smells like. I just don't know if you know what old blade oil smells like. You wax your bow, or you oil your bow. You have to.
There's a mechanism for this, I think.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Insight.
Yeah. If not, then what's the chance that Earther's played an instrument before?
Doesn't Kilio play the flute?
He does. I don't think you oil a flute.
You don't, but I'm just asking.
I mean, yes, she does.
I mean, there is such a thing as valve oil.
Yeah, true. I wouldn't say it's the smell of disuse. Like, that implies lack of care. This was in the care of not your Featherkeeper until about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
More just uncommon use.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think that's high enough.
Okay.
The Warbender helped you.
Yeah, I could tell.
Running down the list, does it make a whistly noise when you swing it?
It makes a different noise when you swing it.
I was actually going to ask, like, if I shook it, does it make a different noise? Does it make any noise?
No, not in, I wouldn't say it makes a different noise if you shake it, no. However...
Does it make any noise?
I mean, you're swinging a knife through the air, so yes. However, shaking it gives a different sense.
Okay.
It's tactile.
Mm-hmm.
When you shake it, there's distinct motion separate from the whip.
What do you mean?
There's something moving on the inside that's different than what the whip parts are.
Correct. For example, shaking a birthday present while in a moving car. Maybe not that extreme, but the same type of thing. Maybe a better example, shaking a mechanical pencil while in a moving car.
So
Yeah,
I guess
'cause Yeah.
I guess shake it on different axes to see how it moves.
I was actually going to, like, hold it blade facing downwards and not the same, like, curved whip motion, but just, like, a straight downwards shift.
Why?
If that makes sense. Like, not throwing it down into the ground, but...
It doesn't. I'm not... Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why aren't you touching them?
What do you mean I am touching it?
You have not touched the rods yet.
I'm
You want
sorry.
my
I'm
honest
gonna
answer?
I'm gonna mute real quick. My cat is being
You want my honest
weird.
answer?
Yeah?
Because I'm kind of stupid.
Mode.
Why
Like-
haven't you touched those things? Because there's been a lot of questions.
I mean,
There's been a lot of questions.
that is
Yeah.
valid, but like, from your what are you talking about? I am touching it. Leads me to believe that somewhere in your Nightfall brain, you were like, I run my hand over the pins, and you've never voiced it.
I think.
Yeah, Nightfall, you gotta voice it on this mountain.
Oh, sorry. God damn
Dang
it.
it, Cookie!
Cookie! For the love of fuck!
I'm gonna text your boyfriend to come and do the room and beat you.
Please
Use the
don't.
mic.
I'm live. Or I'm not live. I'm recording. Nightfall.
Okay,
That is not Cookie's
I touch the thingies.
They're loose.
They're loose. Shift them. a bit until like something happens, and if nothing happens and they stop moving, move them the other direction. Fiddle with them.
Okay, yeah, you fiddle. You can pull them away from the blade.
Is it a fiddle or is it a flute?
I'm going to pull them away from the blade.
You pull out 4 rods. They're about 3 inches long, maybe 1/8 of an inch in diameter. They're real thin. The blade now has 4 holes in it.
Okay.
So
Is there any inscription or anything on the rods at all?
they are completely smooth on every side.
Completely smooth. You were about to say something, I interrupted you.
Oh, I was gonna say you can add 4 strange metal rods to your inventory.
What do I see if I go to look into them? Because there's a fuck ton of light around me now.
You're right, there
now.
is.
Well, what do I see if I go look into those holes that the rods came out of?
Curved holes along the blade? They're like curved with the curve of the blade? None of them are on the blade itself, so you can still use the dagger.
Well, let me just say how terrified of trying to figure out Galestorm or Dice-Icive I am with this.
Yeah, Galestorm's Exalted is about this difficult.
Oh God.
The
You guys think you have it bad. Just think about trying to figure out the Exalted Archive.
Yeah, the Exalted Archive and the Exalted Gaze of Diryak. I'm not sure which one's harder.
So like touching my bases again. I
You still
can I
have
switch?
2 questions.
Can I switch forms in this?
Yes.
Like exploring that.
Yes.
Okay. Are they different in any way?
None of the other ones have holes.
None of the other ones have holes.
You could try
me-
blowing on them. You could try
lem-
filling them with something.
Let me look at the riddle one more time. Helen's never release. But we make a mark, wings to the wind, so it's quiet. Single strike, temporal wisdom.
Swear to God,
mean-
if we figure this out, I'm gonna be impressed, and I'm also gonna be real pissed that you're not supposed to have this yet.
Oh Jesus!
He's right here. He's gotta get this.
I mean, he is certainly further than I expected him to be at this point. I make no promises that he can get all the way there. That has nothing to do with Nightfall. You may not have all the pieces. But you are a damn sight further than I thought you would be, and I'm a little bit mad about it.
Hee.
That being
How-
said, Birchmila MVP for this riddle.
Yeah, thank you, Birchmila. I appreciate it.
I feel smart.
I'm real proud of myself for how far I got on my own, though.
Well, you're not done yet.
I know it. Questions about the rods.
Yes,
How are they weighted, and are they all equal?
they are all equal. Their weight is negligible.
Negligible. Are they balanced in any particular kind of way? Just like examining them.
Are they pointy or blunt?
They're blunt. They're rounded. None of them came off the blade. Two came off of the top of the knife, and 2 came off of the bottom, but angled upwards, if that makes sense.
There's always the obvious thing of try throwing it again.
I was gonna say, like, what if they were holding something in place? And
Would you
do
like me to answer
dive
the
again?
question on the table first?
I would.
They are oddly balanced. Is the answer. Like you don't have trouble holding onto them, but like they feel like they're weighted for something. Kind of like how... Here's an example. Kind of like how chopsticks don't feel like you expect them to the first time you touch them.
A little heavier than you think they should be.
And balanced oddly.
Yeah.
Again, if you're not used to it. I guess the same could be argued about a fork. Kind of like that.
Especially when the quarter trick gets involved.
I will attempt throwing it again.
You're throwing the dagger?
Yes.
Talk me through it. What's your target?
What is my target? I'm going to start with the method that seems to have worked so far is climbing up onto the locker and going straight down.
One could argue you already opened that lock.
Okay.
If you want to do that, that's fine. I'm just saying, like...
No, I understand your point. It's not something I've considered. You're right. I don't think they would use the same exact key for everything. You're right. I would say then laterally, just against the wall.
You're throwing it against the wall.
Yes.
How far away?
No, that's important. So how long is this locker room?
I hadn't really thought about its exact dimensions, especially with the shower in the back. I would say just like, imagine like a pool locker room. It's basically that.
A decent distance, like maybe 30 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll go with like the length of the locker room.
So you throw the dagger, and yeah, it flies as true as it ever has, but the sound that it makes is loud. And it is a sound that you are familiar with, Killia Wolfwalker. It is the exact sound of wind passing through mountain ravines.
That sucks for Killia, because she just got the keen hearing shit.
Yeah, yep.
Ugh.
Lash was blinded and now she's deafened.
You're not blinded, you have the goggles.
I wasn't wearing them.
Oh, well, rip.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said Lash screams.
You're not deafened, per se. None of you are deafened, per
I
se.
know, I'm being dramatic.
But
It's just
Killia more so
loud.
than anybody else.
it's louder than throwing a knife through the air usually is. And it's very obviously just like wind curling around stone.
Interesting. I've been exploring physically rather than asking questions. Maybe it's time to start asking the question.
Okay.
Because that outcome doesn't spring anything to mind immediately.
I'm shocked.
I'm
actually legitimately shocked. I thought as soon as that happened, you'd be like, A, calling me a motherfucker, and B, you would be doing a very specific action.
You know what this fucking reminds me of?
Go ahead.
The way you described the holes to me reminds me of, like, a fucking ocarina.
I hate you.
Yeah.
I was expecting one of two things. I was expecting Vader to say Ocarina. I was expecting you to be like, it's the fucking Dragon Sword dagger.
Yeah, like the moment the holes came into play and you threw it and it whistled, like
Yeah.
that's what I thought of.
Yeah.
Legend of Zelda looking ass.
So could I suggest trying to play the thing?
Yeah, I guess I am going to attempt to use my flute proficiency.
Yes, correct.
Do the doot.
Listen,
my-
listen. Nightfall. You and I are a lot alike. Do you mean to sit there and tell me that when Tommy whipped out that dagger, little you was not like, that is the coolest fucking thing ever? Are you gonna sit there and tell me that is not true?
I'm not. You're absolutely right. But
My
also,
guy fucking summoned Godzilla with a flute.
That trumpet, it was a trumpet.
With a flute dagger that sounded like a trumpet played through a helmet.
Yes!
That when he stabbed Godzilla with it, he became a person.
Yes, but also
It was-
like, but come on, it was the coolest thing ever.
It was perhaps one of the greatest things to be given to us by media ever.
And like, here I am, like, I have a trick weapon that's a dagger. You have a flute proficiency. Why in the fuck would I not give you the coolest thing ever?
this is
In fact,
great.
the
I love it.
Fun fact, the actor then went on to play the Pied Piper of Hamelin.
Hell yes.
Fuck yeah.
Wait, I forgot what important sense taste the dagger.
Listen, listen, Jara,
I don't know what it's from, but you saying that reminds me of that dude. There's this dude in like goth makeup, and he's holding a knife in each hand, and he licks the blade, and he goes, "My daggers are coated in the deadliest. I shouldn't have licked it," and just falls over. I don't
I know
remember
exactly
what
what
that's
you're
from.
talking about, but I don't know what it is
What
either.
is that from?
I forget what it's called.
I'm pretty sure that's from a fucking. Oh my god, is that from the quest for the unicorn horn?
It might be.
I'll be right
I've
back.
seen that exact scene. I don't know what it's from. I've seen it.
That feels like something out of the quest for the unicorn horn. And if
gonna
anyone knows
message
that
Wolfie,
movie,
'cause I'm
you
sure
know
she knows it.
exactly why I say
Point
I
that.
think
being,
Wolfie knows it.
Point being, are you sure you want to lick the strange dagger of indeterminate providence?
No,
Hero, Yoshihiko, and the Demon King's Pack Castle.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I'm not going to lick the dagger that I may have not contemplated putting poison on.
I believe it's like a parody of Dragon Quest.
Probably.
Very
Also,
likely.
But also, when you play a flute, most of the time you don't put your mouth directly on it anyway.
Exactly.
yes.
So I will attempt to
So
get a feel for.
you were dead on with Ocarina because it's got four holes.
Yeah, I think I will try to get a feel for like the notes it can play.
Make a flute proficiency check using your wisdom.
Using my wisdom, okay. I made the right call specking into wisdom.
Yeah, you did.
A single note tempered by wisdom can make the whole room cry.
It's funny that you say that.
What?
Power word. Yeah, Kelia's about to cast power word cry.
Holy shit!
Okay. So yeah, you blow into it. You put your fingers on the holes. You mess with them a little bit, and then it's like the dagger wants you to know how to play it. Make a performance check with advantage.
I think I know what song I'm gonna try to play. I mean, unless it like wants me to play a specific thing.
It doesn't.
If it's-
What song do you want to play?
Hang on. I have it in my songs known section.
You do?
Yes, I have a songs known section.
Okay.
Oh, is it?
Where the fuck is my sheet?
I might have to change the music again for this one, guys.
What is the name of this fucking song? Hang on. I want to get the name exactly right.
Sockham's over here in the back of my head.
Shara Golden Dawn in the River Running.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
So make a performance check with advantage.
All right. Just straight performance with charisma or with wisdom?
Charisma.
Not gonna be as good,
You
but
still get the war banner. War banner, please. If Lash is here. The Lash may not be here. Okay. Goblin 23 on that.
Nice.
okay. I'm nervous because the music is a lot darker than I thought it'd be.
Oh, is it? Hang on. Then
It's a lot more tense.
I put on the wrong song then, sorry. Let's try this one.
Very cool song, just not what I expected.
Better?
Yes, much better. That was a lot more tense than I was expecting.
No, I was going for epic.
Okay, yeah, this is more my speed
Okay.
for epic.
When Kilio plays, first of all, Dawn,
Uh-huh.
you need to make a charisma saving throw against the dagger spell save DC.
I'm sorry,
no.
why me?
Because you have daylight up.
Fuck. What did you say it was? Charisma?
Yes.
Wisdom?
Okay. You passed. The dagger is not going to remove the daylight spell. Unless you choose to fail.
Hmm.
I don't think I need it anymore.
I'll you know what? I'll fail.
Okay. The ambient, like, the daylight disappeared, and then the ambient light of the room dims even more. And Aurora appears in the middle of the room, and you see, you all see the story of Jara running along the river with Gar, finding the new land for the Goliaths.
That's cool as shit.
That is cool as shit.
Cool.
The pinion is not exalted yet. However, you do gain 2 additional abilities.
Okay. Yeah, let me get my notes. Edit. I have an entire section dedicated to just the pinion, because holy shit.
Tell me when.
When?
See the stars? When the pinion is used to tell a tale, the pinion itself casts a spell of its own creation that is effectively a combination of prestidigitation and thaumaturgy that lends visuals to the story.
Holy shit.
That's so cool.
Can you say that one more time for me? When the pinion is used to play a song.
When the pinion is used to to play the song of a legend,
Play the song of a legend.
it casts its own spell and adds visuals to the story.
Adds visuals to the story. Okay?
And once per day, the pinion can cast either Find the Path, Locate Person,
Pinion
le-
can cast Find the Path,
Locate Person, or Legend Lore. If you use Legend Lore, you have to roll a 4 on a d4 before you get the charge back. You roll it once a day in the morning.
Is
You
so
lose legend
fucking-
lore, you need to roll a d4 before I can use legend lore again, or before I get the charge again.
Before you get the charge again. You roll it once in the morning, and if you get a 4, you get the charge back, then if you don't have it. But you can cast Find the Path or Locate Object.
You said locate person the first time around.
Yeah, locate creature, sorry. Legend. Fuck. The first 2 will give you the charge back in the morning.
Okay.
Legend lore, you have to roll for it.
Gotcha.
And
Considering
now,
Legend Lore is fucking strong and the number of crazy things we have in this party already.
Okay, I got all that.
Awakened Owl's Pinion should now have in parentheses Bard form.
Bard form?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Or excuse me, Scald form.
I was about to say.
Scald form. Okay.
I said it and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Scald form.
So what happens if you sing the Song of Owl?
I don't know that one yet. I mean, unless, like... I don't have that one specifically written down as one I know.
You know it. Now, whether or not Kilio can play it is a different matter.
Okay.
You know all the major legends.
Yes.
But being able to play them, not so much.
Look on the bright side. You've got a distinct advantage over Salcom. He's had to make most of his up.
True. But now...
Might be something to ask Bragg.
But now you see why Clan Valdak is able to do what Clan Valdak does.
Yeah. Like, locate person alone?
You still have one question, by the way.
I still have one question. I can't just say what's the next step. I don't think.
They're GM questions, of course you can.
You can absolutely ask the question. Whether or not it'll be answered truthfully is a
It
different
will
matter.
be answered truthfully, it just might be obfuscated.
It'll be Genie rules.
Yes.
What's the next step? Figure out what to do next?
I wouldn't do that.
Nah.
What's the next step? Wing it!
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use the question for the. I want to use the next question for like
What to do next?
what is the what is, yeah, like what to do next with it, not something.
It was said at the table.
That's actually helpful.
Can I give you my inspiration for you to be more clear?
Sure. It was said at the table in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, I guess I'm rewatching the VOD of it, 'cause my memory is like, dude, I respect that it's already been said, but also Swiss cheese memory.
I mean, okay, that is valid. You want a little bit more. You did give me your inspiration. That's fair is fair. Somebody said it almost immediately.
You know what, Keelio? Do it. Make up your own Song of Owl.
Not what I meant.
Someone said it almost immediately.
You got the Scald form, and almost immediately somebody said the next step. It was not me.
Yeah, I think I know.
I think I
Okay.
do too.
And I think you need to talk with Bragg.
We got a bit left in this session. You guys want to do that?
You were told.
Do we want to keep riding the Kilio train?
I'm for it, honestly.
I would like to talk to Bragg. I guess he said he was going to come down soon.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he'd help us with this.
And then the Fire Nation attacked.
It's true.
He said he was going to deal with things and then come down.
He said that before the Fire Nation attacked.
The only thing is, if we go up,
Yeah, like he said, if we come up, we're leaving.
True.
Anyone know message?
Do you want me to cast Sending? I have one third level slot left.
I really don't want you to waste your 3rd level slot like that, Aether.
If you want to talk to Bragg, your options are waste the 3rd level slot or go topside. Are we riding this Kilio train or are we going to the lava dungeon?
Hey, Firga.
Wait. Champions,
Yeah.
are we riding the Kilio train or are we going to the lava dungeon?
Kilio train.
Honestly, we can talk to Bragg as we leave.
See, I'm a little conflicted. I, the player, want to ride this Kilio train. Firgo wants to get this lava dealt with.
If we go talk to Bragg, we might not be able to come back.
True.
I've got a dumb suggestion.
Go ahead.
Firga, can Scout go deliver a message for us? Technically, we wouldn't be leaving the
Custodian
dungeon.
does not work outside of this facility.
I'd have to switch over to Scout again.
An hour each direction. You guys might as well just rest at that point.
I mean, if we're just gonna, might as well rest, then that 3rd level slot is
Like, you say, like, if we go up, we have to leave. While that is true, why do you all have to go?
That's true. Kilio just wants to go.
Like, if Bragg is not going to tell Kilio to leave. Bragg is going to tell the champions to leave. Kilio knows full well Kilio can come and go as she pleases. And if Kilio wants the other champions to be involved, it's go up there, hey Bragg, we need to talk to you. I'm just saying.
yeah, he wouldn't tell me to leave. Now my only issue, and I hate that this is my only issue, is Vader seems to have got it, but I have not.
Wow, really? Are you fucking
Yeah. Vader, please.
Okay, you want me to remind you what someone said?
Yes, next time I get inspiration, it's yours.
Someone asked, what happens if you play the Song of Owl?
Yeah, that was Firga.
Okay.
So, are we riding the Kilio train or are we going to the lava dungeon?
I'm cool with riding the train a little longer.
I'm cool with riding the train.
I'm going on the train.
Choo choo.
He's walking.
Alright.
So I guess Killia's going up.
Gonna get a fucking legendary level weapon out of this. I'm so mad. Alright.
Don't give us legendary level weapon.
If you don't like it, don't make it possible.
I didn't! You guys circumvented me!
Hell yeah.
I'm not actually mad. I mean, I'm a little mad, but I'm not actually mad.
Listen,
We
listen
circumvented it
here.
as so much as we did exactly what you expected us to, just not
Listen.
win.
Fair.
Yeah, listen here, Bungie. You're the one that made it possible to do the circumventing.
Technically, Dawn made it possible to do it by prepping daylight.
Yeah.
If Dawn didn't have that prepped at all,
Look. 99% of my plans for all of DA involve Nightfall not being smart, okay? Like,
Well,
look, I have my moments. I have my fucking moments.
I just
Nightfall
realized
has his
this
moments,
is-
and he also has the party.
I just realized this is day 2 on a streak of daylight being useful.
I know, right?
Uh-huh.
What the fuck?
Daylight's great.
Daylight's great.
It is a real good spell.
So
Dude.
So you're heading topside.
I'm heading topside.
So you're gonna get slimed yet again.
Yes.
Your cloak is gonna just permanently smell like old disinfectant at this point. Like, whew.
Until I ask Earther to Presty me again when I have to stealth in snow.
And you come out of the airlock. There's no orc guards this time. Before there was like 6 deep shade in this room. There's no one down here this time.
Okay. I'm gonna go out up the stairs
Yep.
and into the main area where the tree is.
Yep. The pond is still thawing. It is noticeably warmer than it was.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see anybody around immediately.
I'm
Greg,
going.
whatever your title is, get over here and greet your kin.
You could do that. That is a thing that you could do.
I'm going to.
Yes.
I don't think she's gonna shout. I don't think she's gonna shout that. I think she's going to shout, "Bragg, I need your expertise!"
Kiss his ass. Nice.
Okay. It takes a second. Then you hear a door slam open, and you hear from above you. You hear, "What's her name?" You look up, and Bragg is like, he's got like the Goliath equivalent of a towel around his waist. He's got like suds on his head.
Yeah, I think Killia will start making her way up, daggering up. Wait, no, not daggering up, because the dagger will make a loud as fuck sound in here.
Yeah, out here.
Yeah, out here.
Yeah, Bragg is standing like at the door of his house.
It takes Killia a while.
Yeah, that's fine. Bragg has like got his arms folded, leaning on the door. When you like come around the ring, finally, he's like, "My bath is getting cold."
Remember how you told me
My
I was trying...
bath is getting cold.
I need your help. I think you can help me figure out the rest of Ella's opinion.
Throw.
Oh god, okay.
You do not get the war banner because you are not in range, so I cannot save you from being towel whipped.
Listen, it is bath time, so either you can wait or you can join.
Oh shit.
So it's like
I'm really hoping that's not his logic.
So it's just like, well, like, I need your help with, and Bragg just like picks you up by the back of your cloak, steps inside, closes the door, drops you in a chair, walks out of sight. There's a big steel tub in the middle of the room, big fire in the fireplace, comes back out with a dressing screen, unfolds it between where your chair is and the tub, goes behind it, and then you hear a splash.
Can't say I
Oh my
blame the
god,
guy.
it is bath time. Either you can wait or you can join.
I can't say I blame the guy. Like, I really can't.
Do you
He's had a
have
long
any
day.
idea how long it's been since I've had a bath?
No, enjoy it.
It has not been as long as it's been for you. Would you like a bath?
He's got a point.
Stank ass.
Helios Stinkwalker.
I think, like, she takes a moment and actually looks at her cloak. Yeah.
I'll even leave my rubber owlbear in here for you. Something squeaks.
Of course he does.
Yes.
What's rubber?
So, from the beginning, and also help yourself to some ale. Providing the
Oh.
dwarves left any.
Ilya will go and check and see if the dwarves left any.
Make an investigation check. Not much. Not much at all. You find some Thunder Brew mead, and that's about it.
Killy will leave that for Bragg. Say
Alright.
she got some.
Are you gonna tell him what's there?
I'll be right back again. Sorry.
I think she will. There. It's not a ton, Bragg. Some mead from the Thunderbrew Meadery. Not much else.
What do you mean, not much else? They drank
not
my
much-
crystal brandy?
Do I see an empty bottle of that anywhere?
You do not see any empty bottles.
I don't even see any empty bottles in here, Bragg. Just
They
the one.
stole my crystal brandy?
It's like, this is out of my hands.
Yeah, it's
Fuck.
like, you hear a deep sigh and the sound of, like, somebody getting back into the water. I have been away for too long. Too much has happened.
I was really expecting that to be followed up with, and too sober.
You coming up to tell me everyone's leaving?
No. I need your help finishing awakening the Pinion.
I'm sorry?
I've kind of figured it out a bit.
You're going to have to start from the beginning.
Yeah, Killy will
And
start.
also, bear in mind, I'm sitting over here with my axe out.
Yeah, Killy will start explaining her process with the dagger from the beginning, from the investigating it to begin with, what she found on it, all the way up until it turned into a fucking instrument.
Yeah, so Brad goes, so Nadia stole it from an elf?
No, I don't think so.
I didn't even know it could do that. I mean, I know what it said to be able to do, but talking about puzzles and awakening it...
If you want to lean past the screen, just your head, Bragg, I can show you.
Which one?
Oh my
Fuck you,
god.
kid. Fuck you, kid.
I'd say the one you think with, but I don't think that would clarify.
Not the fourth wall, please, Bragg. I'd prefer to keep that intact.
Gotcha. So... Hot bath? No.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
I will take a look at it when I get the trail off. Alright?
Alright.
I'll touch up your tattoos when you're
Hang on,
finished.
can't hear anything.
Nope.
An alarm was going off.
I'll touch up your markings after you get out. Probably been
Thank
a
you.
while.
Yeah. I haven't had anyone to do it since I left the moot.
That's not true.
It is. I only touched up Brugnac's. He didn't touch up mine.
Did he not?
Nope.
I thought Wind touched yours up.
Nope.
Okay. fair.
No,
Yo,
I have never been asked to do so, so.
I didn't know Wind could.
no problem. I think my needles are under the counter.
Haley will go look just to make sure they're there.
There's a typical, like, Scald's, like, roll of tools and several, like, ochres.
Yeah, Haley will get them out, lay them across the table neatly.
You'll be able to find Clan Roach's colors easily enough, unless you want to change.
No, I think these colors suit me.
As you like. So... Alright, let's pretend I have any idea what you're talking about. How can I help you?
You're a Scald?
I mean, yeah?
You probably know the Song of Owl.
Which one?
I guess I'm learning several songs tonight until I get the right one.
Does it... It takes a while to learn a song, little sister. Multiple songs in a night, like...
I'm aware of what I said.
Elu Swiftpaw, you're not.
Is written like notation for songs a thing in Goliath at all?
No,
Probably
Goliaths
not.
don't write things down. That's why.
Yeah, they don't write-
that's why the
they don't write
alchemy
any-
book in Golth's shop is so.
That's such a shock. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a thing. Case in point, Thola's recipe.
Yeah.
Like, scalds are the lifeblood of the Goliath culture because they're the ones who keep it. The only people who write things down is like Clan Valdak, and that's like their thing.
I've got a dumb question that might help me figure out what song I need to play.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Legend Lore on the Pinion.
Didn't see that one coming, did you, Buckboy?
I didn't actually. You can. Do you want to do that in the middle of your scene with Bragg?
I don't. I'll do that like while he's like getting dressed or something, and I'll figure
Right.
that out. Yeah.
So,
It's a 10-minute cast time, so
yeah. You. It would help if I knew which song you needed, what you needed the song for,
I
and also
need
for
it.
what instrument.
It it probably doesn't help if I say the dagger plays like a flute.
Flute. Okay, that I can do. I think I have a flute around here. Bragg usually use drums. You know this.
It's a little small, but I do have mine.
I mean, better than nothing. you see Bragg like the shadow of Bragg like stand up. His head pokes over the dressing screen. Give me a second. Like, I think Bragg put the screen up for the benefit of the censors. Like, I don't think Goliaths are modest, right?
No.
So I think Bragg just goes
It's another
upstairs.
fourth wall thing.
Yeah,
It's
I
another
think
fourth wall
Bragg
thing.
either just like goes upstairs or into the bedroom, whatever. And he says, throw a couple of coals under the tub. It'll warm it up.
Yeah, and Killia would do that, and while it's warming up,
You want some fresh water?
look at the water. How murky is it?
I mean, Bragg's been on the trail for a while.
Yeah. And honestly, that might give me more time. While he's getting the water, it might give me more
I mean,
time
he's
to...
not getting the water. He's gonna come out and cast Druidcraft on it.
I mean, yeah. But,
He
like,
has a feat.
yeah, okay.
Purify food and drink.
Oh, yeah, that would be better, actually.
Yeah. So, like, while he's getting dressed and stuff, I guess I will try to do,
Do a splish
Legend-
splash.
yeah, we'll do a splish splash.
Okay. Like, Bragg doesn't take very long. You just gotta put a pair of pants on and come back out.
Yeah.
So you get in the water, and as like Kilio is tastefully covered in steam, Bragg comes out and like sits on the other side of the screen. And
You get the visual of Kilio, like, opaque water up to her nose.
yeah, right. Like, like, and I think Bragg sits on the other side of the screen for Kilio's sake. Like, if Kilio was like a Goliath, he wouldn't. But like, all the Goliaths understand.
Kilio's a bit weird for the Goliath.
It's not that Kilio's a bit weird for the Goliaths. It's that Kilio is cold, and so all Goliaths associate her with wearing clothes, and she needs to be. She like Kilio is stronger when she's wearing clothes. So that translates to keep your distance. She's weak when she's not wearing clothes.
Gotcha.
It's just a subtle thing that's just how it's interpreted.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that a little bit.
It's not about modesty. It's just like Bragg probably doesn't even think about it. It's probably just
Yeah.
like Kilio's not wearing clothes. I need to stay over here. I can hurt her.
Yeah, I gotta be
Yeah.
careful not to squish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he sits down and he says, "You hear like papers rustle when he sits down, Kilio?" He says, "I've got the three main ones. Talons from the Sky. Where is Lori gone? Lorio. and Temple of the North Star. Which one do you need? I can give you those names again if you want.
Yeah.
Talons from the Sky. Where Has Lari Gone, Lario. And Temple of the North Star.
Could I make a suggestion? Start by learning just the first verse of each, and then see if it reacts at all.
Counterpoint. The main thing of this bad boy so far has been strikes from the sky, or this awakening process.
Yes, I was thinking the first one.
But you've already unlocked that.
Yes, I've already used that clue to reach a destination.
The stuff in Keelio's hair is what makes the water opaque.
Yeah.
So there's a blonde halfling chilling in the tub. I'm into it. Go ahead.
Can you name the songs one more time for me? I'm gonna write them down.
Talons from the Sky. The next part is all one name. Where Has Lari Gone, Lario.
Okay.
And Temple of the North Star.
So, I know what these songs are.
Yes.
What are they about?
So, Talons from the Sky is, like, the story of what Owl is. The hunter, the surveyor, the silent strike in the darkness, the protector, but not the protector like Bear and Wolf are. The protector like the... If Bear and Wolf are the tanks, then Leopard and Owl are the flanking DPS.
Mm-hmm.
Protector in that sense. Where Has Lari Gone, Lario is the legend of Lari. What she did, how she became the Speaker of Owl, and how she just fucking vanished.
Mm.
And the Temple of the North Star is about the pilgrimage to Owl's Temple, which is not associated with any specific clan. And, I mean, Valdak a little bit, but, like, Valdak Temple of the North Star, it's not about Clan Valdak. So it's either prior to Clan Valdak, or it's a separate thing. But, it's like a pilgrimage to this far-off site to commune with Owl and be a better Goliath, grow your legend, and help your kin. Because all Goliath legends are about helping your kin, ultimately.
Yeah.
Between the three, I feel like the one about going somewhere to understand Owl better, to understand the dagger better, might be something.
But you also know from Bragg... I'm not saying this is the GM, I'm just offering a counterpoint. You also know from Bragg that Lari is associated with the dagger.
Yeah?
So any of these three potentially could work.
What's the full riddle again?
So...
You don't know what order it's in.
I don't know what order it's in.
The four inscriptions are...
A single strike tempered with wisdom can fell a mountain. The ground is firm, the snow is quiet. From above we make our mark, our wings to the wind. Our talons basically never release, but shortened.
Never release.
Never released.
Sorry if this was already said, but I can't remember.
Could those
Is there
be
a...
tricks?
What?
Could those be lyrics?
That's a good point. Might explain where, what's her name heard the thing about ground is firm, snow is quiet.
So, a single strike tempered with wisdom can fell a mountain is not a lyric. That is the motto of Clan Valdak. But the others, I'm not going to say.
You could ask Bragg about them.
I mean, apparently Bragg's got the music.
I'm not sure, Bragg. On the blade, there was riddles. A single strike tempered with wisdom can fell a mountain was Clan's Valdak thing, but these others are
What's
different.
one of their sayings?
Yes. The ground is firm, the snow is quiet. On another form, it
And
was
the south wind guides the way.
I'm sorry?
The ground is firm, the snow is quiet, and the south wind guides the way. That's the chorus of Temple of the North Star.
What about from above we make our mark, our wings to the wind?
Bragg makes an affirmative noise. You hear paper rustling, and he says, "Though our lines are scattered, our talons mark our kin."
That one from the same song.
Yeah,
And the last one was our talons ne'er release.
yeah. Temple of the North Star. I thought you didn't know these.
They're on the dagger in the different forms.
They're on my lyric sheet.
I wonder what came first, the dagger or the song.
You'd have to ask Sigrid that.
And she makes an affirmative noise. Temple of the North Star it is. And I think Killy will sink into the bath again, finish,
Mm-hmm.
and after a bit get out with the screen.
So you sink into the bath, and a little bit later, Bragg, me boy, I think it's reasonable that you have expertise in this. So I'm gonna just do this. Yo!
Holy shit.
Yo!
Bragg!
You hear a flute playing.
Oh wow!
Yeah. And yeah, it's this low, haunting melody at first. You've heard it before, Helio.
Yes.
And then it snaps to in the very Goliath way of the scene becomes danger. And then there are several staccato bits, and then high and lilting as if flying over the treetops before fading away into the aurora. Again, you've heard the song before. It's usually used in sky burials, among other things.
I gotcha.
Sky burials aren't common, but they seem to transcend clans. Some people, you never really paid attention to it before. It's just a thing. Some people want to be interred at Bear's Heart. Some people want to be interred just in tradition of the clan that they're from, and some want a sky burial. It's just a thing.
So what is this type of burial? What is it? I've never heard of it.
So the body's interred usually by a keeper of bear. Much the same way that it would be prepared for the catacombs.
Yes.
And then it's left out on a high bare mountainside for the wind to take it or animals to take it. It's a way of giving back to the land that's not involving burial.
Mm-hmm. Instead of giving to the trees, you're giving to the animals.
Yes. It's also a way of getting the body away from the area, for example. Like it's just sanitary practice, right? Move it somewhere far away for it to rot over there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real thing. Relatively common in like Tibet and Mongolia.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Now that just like sinks into the tub a bit, listening to the song, and when it finishes, like behind the screen again, gets out, dries off, gets dressed, but again, her dark hair is no longer present; it's blonde.
Yep. So you come out and you're blonde, and Bragg like starts, like looks at the water, looks at you, looks at the water. Oh.
What?
So,
it's no thing to Kilio.
Yeah, right. Like, so that's why we call you Jara. I thought it was a joke.
Right.
You are like exactly Jara. Like you. Wow. Okay.
Smack him for it.
I mean,
Smack the
a
non-believer.
little on the short side, but like that's kind of uncanny.
Puberty didn't help me too much. Like holds a hand at her height and just kind of gestures up towards the ceiling.
Were you expecting it to?
No, it's a joke.
Oh. Sit down, and unwrap a little, and I'll work on your markings.
Yeah, and Kilio will do so.
Yeah, Bragg like moves, like we see like tight shot on Kilio's like shoulders and face. We see Bragg like move up behind you, and he starts like just like pecking away at your markings with the blue and green ochres.
Do I need to make a con save like the others did?
No, you're used to it.
No. Okay.
So normally I'd ask what you've been up to, but I kind of know. So in the meantime, why don't you tell me why you need that song? And did anything happen when I played it?
Nothing happened when you played it. I think I have to play it with this, but would it be? Is it unreasonable that Kilio could like attempt to play?
It is unreasonable. You're currently slowly, like your back is slowly being hammered, literally with a wooden mallet. Like
when I finish playing this, I'll show you what I mean. I played. What's the name of the song? I keep forgetting it.
Temple of the North Star?
Running River.
Oh
no,
Jara Golden Dawn and the River Running.
I played Jara Golden Dawn and the River Running, and it showed the story.
You say that, and Bragg purposely misses the like dowel that he's using to press the ink into your back, and like it doesn't hurt, but he like hits your shoulder with the mallet, and he did it to keep from messing up, right?
Yeah.
Hey, come again?
It made like an aurora in the center of the room. And it showed the story.
Do you have any idea how much Kif would pay for something like that? Do you have any idea how valuable that could be to Clan Groll? Just in general? He goes back to tattooing.
Oh my god, the ease that would give to spreading stories. People would be able to forget an experience like that.
And that's how it starts.
I'm not gonna ask you for it, little sister, but, like, wow.
I I think, like, Brad can't see her face because he's working on her back.
Yeah, and your hair is covering your face because he pulled it aside to work on your back.
Yeah, but like the thought crosses her mind of like, maybe there's a reason nobody knows this dagger's a thing.
Well,
Like,
that's not entirely true. They know what Owl's pinion is because when Najia pulled it out at the moon,
Yeah,
but
they don't know they don't know this extent of it.
Yeah, they don't know that it's a historical item. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so the amount of ease it came with saying how much Kif would pay for that,
Yeah,
is concerning.
yeah. Like, I think it's completely justified that Kilio is like, any skull that has the pinion in the form that it's currently in is going to be called Eric. Just straight up. Much less exalted.
But that's not what Eric is. Like, that alone does not make someone Eric.
Eric is like the bard of bards. He's the leader. So, yeah, kind of. Like, in the same way that, like, the armor, like, makes people say Torvald even if Balgruuf doesn't believe it. If a skull had this, then Goliath would be like, oh, you're Eric.
But my thought process goes to, but that's not all there is to Eric in truth.
True. But that's not all there is. That's not all there is to Torvald in truth. That doesn't stop Clan Bryn.
And that's the part that's concerning to me.
Like,
and I think
Jara is not just friend of wolves, but people call you Jara. Like, Bragg didn't even realize you were blonde. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. But I do think a little bit of concern shows on her face for a moment before the next ping of the tattooing goes. I feel like there's a lot more to this than.
Than what?
I think this is part of the way that Valdak was able to keep their record straight.
Does Serpent have 1A or 2? It's funny because your tattoos are pictoglyphic.
It is, but also, I'm just running. If I roll like ass on this, I'm gonna give the wrong answer. It's gonna be even funnier.
Bragg's very subtle way of telling you to get to the point.
Pause. I think 1.
I know there's more to it. That's why it was given to you. But
Helio nods.
As it is, it's a treasure. If it can do what you say.
Helio nods again. It's impressive.
Makes me wonder about the file and the thread. The treasures of Clan Roche and Grawl, respectively.
I wonder where the vial did end up.
You know where the vial is. The vial is not lost. It's just not in the hands of, like, Clan Roche.
Oh, wait, no.
Remember, I said...
The vial is not the treasure, it's the results that are the treasure.
Correct.
So I retract that
Roche
statement.
lost the knowledge of how to put stuff in the vial.
Yes. So backtracking that statement, Roche has it in a different way.
Well, la-di-da. We don't. That's not your fault, little sister.
Oh, there is one thing I haven't told you about.
Hmm?
So, I can't, like, transform mechanically. Could I do it to show Bragg?
No. You don't
No.
you don't have the mechanical thing yet, you can only do it in high emotion.
Okay. I think she tries, but can't get it.
Mm-hmm. Don't clench, you'll grow wrinkles.
Do you remember? Do you know? What's the word Clan Roche uses for the
For
the blood hunters of Clan Roche? Do you know about the hunters of Clan Roche? What they can do?
what they can do? I know your hunters and my hunters are different. I didn't know they could do anything. I mean, aside from the obvious.
They get a kind of blessing from Gar.
What, like werewolves?
In a way, not exactly the same.
That's cool.
I think Killia, like while Bragg is continuing, she'll recount the dream that she had.
You like when you start telling the story of the dream that you had, you feel Bragg like stop what he's doing and move to a different section.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
She'll continue for several minutes before the dream ended.
So somewhere on Kilio's shoulder, there's like the double teeth symbol.
Nice. Nice.
I thought you'd like that.
It's real good. I love it.
I feel like we're getting off topic though.
I think so.
You gonna keep it? You could leave it here with Oak. What he actually means is leave it here with me.
Yeah. I think I need to hold on to it for a little while longer. Until Valdak comes hunting it back.
I mean, that's fair. That reminds me. I've been in the bubble as long as you have. But I stayed at the moot a little bit longer.
Yes, she nods.
Heard an interesting thing.
I'm listening.
You know, the human cities? You know what they are, where they are?
Kinda. I got a general idea.
Did you hear Kidslayer Zack's been found?
If I say no, there's a deception check. Kinda.
Where'd you hear it from?
I'm... It's weird. It felt kind of like a dream.
You and your dreams. It's dangerous, Keelio Dreamwalker.
I suppose so. Don't want to get lost in them. Gotta focus on the hunts in front of me.
Well, that's kind of why I brought it up. The hunt's in front of you, I mean.
Hmm?
We got word the Kinslayer's axe was spotted in Waterdeep. And a sizable portion of Clan Valdag left the moot, going south.
You
I see.
could do Sockham a big favor here.
You already know about this. This has already happened.
I know. But also, that's not my story to tell, Gamzee.
This has already happened, Salcom. I'm just correcting the continuity.
I know.
Whoever had it.
There's no favor to tell Salcom. It's already happened.
No. Not tell Sockham.
Kilio could correct the record on who Sockham is.
Oh, you mean tell Bragg?
Yeah.
Is that what you meant, Gamzee?
Yeah.
That's not what you said.
I could.
Well,
You're right.
I said you could do Sockham a big favor right now.
Oh, that's right. I misheard you. You are correct.
I really could. I 100% see your logic and reasoning.
It doesn't matter what you do here. It's only making some level of groundwork. Sort of. You know what I'm saying.
Including the Primarch.
See, I fully respect that I could do that, Gamzee. But Kilio has doubts about Sockham. I doubt she's gonna vouch for him right now.
That's a lot more valid, actually.
You feel Bragg pull away. You hear him set the hammer down.
He must have been quite foolish, to whoever he is, to be brandishing that around.
Well, I don't know. Andre Stormcaller is just that strong.
Stormcaller.
Yep. It's like wiping your back off. All done.
Yeah,
I went ahead and said you fixed the volcano, so, do that.
She gives a thumbs up. I think she, reaches for the dagger, and actually shows it to him this time.
Yeah. Do you let him take it?
Yeah, I'll let him take it for a moment.
He takes it, looks it over.
It's gonna revert. It's gonna revert, isn't it? Oh wait, no, I have the metal rods. It can't.
It's already reverted.
No,
in the Scald form, that's the base form.
Yes.
So he takes it and he looks at it and he turns it over in his hands. This is. Don't laugh. Reminds me of a halfling instrument.
What kind?
Acorn something.
Sounds weird.
Yeah. Basically, you take a gourd, I think, you hollow it out, and you put 4 holes in it, sometimes 6, and you blow in the top of it, and it makes whistling noises. It's pretty, just kind of weird.
Yeah, I figured out how to play notes, the notes I know on it, and just take it back and blow in it. Making the same notes she would with a flute.
Can you read sheet music?
I don't think Kilio can. Why kind of check to see if she's done that before, I guess? I don't know.
Like, it unfortunately, it's a language like any other. So,
This should have been clarified sooner.
why?
Because Sock's done that before, and he doesn't have that as a language.
But he's had specific training. Kilio has.
Okay, I retract my statement. My apologies.
No worries.
She shakes her head. I don't have a language token to use here.
Right. You want to do this now?
I do. I really do.
You want to do this up here, or you want to go down first?
I kind of want to go down first, just to show the others.
So say something.
Yes and no.
Well,
Would you mind if we went down first? The others kind of helped me
I
figure
have to
things out.
put a harness on, little sister. Fine, give me a minute.
A harness? What?
Harness for the axes that he wears.
Ah.
He's basically like it's the Goliath equivalent of I have to put pants on.
But you already had pants on.
Yeah. So he grabs his like battle harness, clips it to his chest, puts his axes on his back, tugs his boots on, picks up the sheet music, passes you your backpack and flute, and just pushes the door open.
Yep. And
So,
we'll
yeah.
start making our way down.
Clock wipe to Kilio and Bragg.
But before they go in, she's gonna warn him about the muck.
I really wish you don't.
Oh, okay. Then I won't.
Because I was gonna say, we cut to everybody else lounging in the locker room. We hear the airlock turn on, and we just hear "Bear's teats" at full volume.
Kilio's dying laughing.
Half org, half laugh.
The door
Prep
opens, and Bragg is just like pulling brown slime off of his body.
There, we're gonna need a press day.
How many times do I have to tell you I don't have it prepped yet?
Why don't you? It seems like the most useful spell.
Bragg throws slime at you.
I did that earlier. It's quite
Right.
fun, isn't it?
So, where am I? What are those? Why is the outside room spinning? And was that a statue?
It's
Also,
alive.
hi everyone.
Hello, Bragg. Hello.
It's alive, I think.
Hello again.
This doesn't look like a volcano.
It does in the other room.
The volcano's down a bit more.
We'll show you the window later.
I am apparently here to deliver music. Can anyone read music?
No.
Looks at Earth here.
I've got a language token if I want to spend it.
Like, don't you dare tell me that Earthier's parents didn't make him learn a fucking ice piano. Don't you dare fucking tell
Okay,
me.
first of all, it was a harp, and that motherfucker had 54 strings.
Ice piano.
And he took lessons every fucking day.
Every week.
Every week. Okay.
It would be every week for, I'm gonna guess, around 200 years.
This thing, I don't have an instrument proficiency, but I can totally see him doing that and hating it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He learned
What-
the sheet music, but he didn't stick with the instrument long
Do
enough
you
to learn it.
want? Do you want to be able to read music here or there?
Sure.
Okay.
Begrudgingly, Irithyr still remembers how to read sheet music, much like how I begrudgingly remember several phrases.
Adjust your mic. You're real quiet. Like adjust the mic physically, like rotate it or something. I heard that.
Look, good. Perfect. Excellent, my love.
Good job. So yeah, so Bracket's like, so can anybody read music?
I do have the feeling everyone in the room just looks at Irithyr.
I think everyone looks at Kilio first because she's the one with the fucking instrument.
I mean, no. Dawn is absolutely going to just look straight at Irithyr.
I never thought I'd have to use this skill again.
Aren't you pleased?
It's been 500 years.
It's
I
been
haven't played music.
10,000 years.
I haven't played music in 500 years.
So, Bragg sets 3 sets of sheet music down beside you, Irithyr. There's this big stack of parchment, which a Goliath with parchment is weird enough. I need those back.
Uh-huh.
Goliath with organized parchment has to be a little weirder.
The one that she needs is the Temple of the North Star.
Alright.
Can you read Giant?
Yes.
Good. So,
Um,
is that all you needed, little sister?
I mean, yes, it
Great.
was.
Bragg makes the, rolling up his sleeves gesture and marches over to Firga. And another thing!
Eh?
You let them steal my crystal brandy?
What?
I had a bottle of 25-year-old crystal brandy. It's gone.
Do I remember anything about that crystal brandy?
You remember sharing a drink with the dwarves?
Oh no.
What did the bottle look like, Bragg?
It wasn't a bottle, it was a pony keg.
I don't remember any crystal brandy.
What's the dwarvish name for it, out of curiosity?
It would be called brandy. You do remember it, Firga, because if you recall, I didn't say the Goliath whose tastes terrible.
Wait, what?
When you
Oh,
shared
no,
a drink with the Sky Feathers, I didn't comment about the booze being bad.
Oh no.
And you're a bunch of dwarves.
Oh.
You were sharing a drink to swap stories among the clans, and I didn't comment about the booze. Come on now.
Oh, that's a pain.
Oh, I thought that was odd.
If that even occurred to me, Firga was gonna be like, hey, maybe don't drink all of that.
It didn't occur to you.
Oh, shit. So yeah, I think what happens instead is, Firga starts to say, what crystal brand? Oh, no face.
So,
Oh, shit.
So Bragg grabs your beard, and
And it comes off.
Oh, yeah.
it comes off, yes. And there's another beard on your face?
Wait, what?
Oh.
And Bragg, Bragg
Dot.
looks at what's in his hand, looking back at you, like, hold on, are you a sheep?
What?
Nay? Why do I?
It's over too
why-
late.
why-
Wait a minute.
Hey,
Wait, no, she's a horse. She said nay.
You might wanna... So, if I remember correctly, the Axe of the Dwarven Lords has a very interesting mechanic.
More to the point, the Belt of Dwarven Kind has an interesting mechanic.
Oh my god.
That's new.
It's like reaches out with the other hand, grabs the beard, pulls, your head jerks down.
Yep, that's real.
I'm, what am I holding? Please tell me this isn't a giant lice.
That's the falsie I was wearing because I couldn't grow a beard previously. Firga seems very confused.
Pulls on your chin.
Ow!
And you seem like you grew one.
Just
Hey!
kind of smack at Bragg's hands, like, don't do that.
Oh,
Look, I'm sorry about the brandy, but
I'm
ow!
more confused about the rug that just came off in my hands.
She had severe injuries that prevented her from growing a beard normally.
What do you call
so she had a
that?
prosthetic.
I don't know.
Not normal?
I'd call it,
I'm not unhappy, I'm just surprised.
I'd call it magic.
I call it I did my job right.
You did what?
What?
I'd call that taking too much credit.
Looking at Guiding Wind like, what the fuck did you do?
I think I was mad about something. Now I'm just confused.
Yo, Brandy,
Oh,
brag.
by the way, Bragg.
Oh,
This is Guiding Wind.
right! It's like you're like puts both hands on Furica's shoulder and just slams his forehead into her helmet.
Oh, by the way,
What
Bragg.
is it, dog noise?
Oh, by the way, Bragg like turns around. He's got rivet indents on his forehead. Yeah.
Nice. I don't think you got a chance to talk to Guiding Wind while you were up there. Gestures.
Turns around. Oh yeah. Hi.
It is interesting you being the short one this time.
I know. The last time I saw you, you were like belly. Now you're like big.
I have grown.
Is your Appa still alive? What was his name? Word something? Crossword? Crossword puzzle?
would have those.
Word.
Yeah. How's he doing?
Unfortunately, he was lost to us.
Sorry to hear that.
Most of my kin were lost in the incident.
Remember the ice ship I was telling you about, Bragg?
Yeah, that was...
It was the bounty.
Eagle guide them up the mountain. I'd have been there if I'd have known. How you holding up?
Honestly, better than I should be.
I feel that. Seeing the area empty, I know it's not the same thing. I know my kin are alright, mostly. But I do get it, kind of. Seeing the giants and the dragon and the frosty bitch. Let's hope the Deeps was the last,
Aye.
Can I get you anything?
Perhaps later.
Yeah. You just let me know before you leave. Whatever you need. That goes for any of you.
Forgive me. I must ask, how do you know each other?
So, in simplest terms, Clan Grawl gotta eat.
Do trade with the Codion.
We trade with whoever.
Fish can keep you alive.
And our fishermen were some of the best.
Yeah, we trade stories, enchantment scrolls, mainland supplies for fish and magical equipment.
Like wood?
Yeah,
And we'll be the best again.
I am curious, however.
Hmm?
How was Guiding Wind? Do your people grow particularly slowly?
They grow at the speed that they grow, Guiding Wind. Like, it's kind of
Hey.
hard to change that perspective.
We grow as we grow. Your question
How many-
confuses me.
Maybe I have a better way to phrase that for you, Dawn. How many winters did it take for you to get that tall?
Many.
Let me put it this way. My Appa and Amma took me in a backpack to the bounty of the deeps. And Wind here was as big as he was the last time I saw him while I was growing up. And I'm on my third set of 10 winters.
Helio starts counting on her fingers.
30.
She takes significantly longer before she also says 30.
I like third set of 10.
If you ask me, it makes you sound older than simply saying 30.
Well, I'm not exactly 30. I'm, well, 3 sets of 10 and 4.
Helio starts counting on her fingers again.
I am going to fight you, Wolfwalker.
Why do these matter?
They don't. Wind has been that big somewhere between now and 10 winters ago.
Mm.
Which
I
doesn't
see.
sound like a long time, but remember that adolescent humans grow in a matter of weeks.
Yeah.
So it kind of evens out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you gonna put on a light show for us, little sister?
I think so. If there will you help me? Try to understand what these symbols mean.
You want a lesson in reading sheet music. Okay.
From an elf, no less.
From an elf.
So, how this is gonna go is... Irithyr,
Uh-huh.
this is gonna sound a little bit weird, but give me a medicine check. And depending on what you roll, you might give advantage to Kilios' performance.
Okay. Let's see how I roll. Oof.
Okay? Modified 12. Is that standing or is somebody using inspiration?
I could use my inspiration to reroll. But like, I am not skilled in medicine. This is a fucking flat roll.
Well, yeah, it's an intelligence skill that you're not proficient with. So you actually...
Oh, that medicine's wisdom.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's my bad. Do you have an int skill that you're not...
Nature.
Yeah, roll that then. That's what I want. I wanted your intelligence bonus. Okay, modified 16. That's not bad. You want that to stand, or you want to...
I think that'll stand.
Okay. Kilio, you got advantage on your performance check.
All right. So I'm just gonna roll flute with what's that?
Wisdom. For banner.
Wop wop. Send, roll, submit. Do as I say.
Do as I say. All right.
Don't do that.
listen. Kilio got a goblin 25, so
26 or... Does the warbender make it 25, or
Yes.
does that make it 26? Got it.
So, Helio,
Yes.
the lights dim in the room as you play the Temple of the North Star, and a very specific scene plays out for the champions. You see a long, narrow strip of mountaintop, kind of a narrow ridge between peaks. And at the end of this peak is a almost out of place pagoda style tower. And directly up from the top of this pagoda, there's this bright, glimmering 9-pointed star. And as the song plays, the 3 of the stars' points elongate so that it looks almost like a dinosaur's foot. We see a figure, like, we can't see color because it's all like aurora. We see a figure head to toe cloaked and masked with a long hood and a long cape, like hunched over against the wind, trudging towards the tower. As the staccato of the song kicks in, we see several figures standing along the roof points of the tower, kind of rise from a sitting position and leap towards the figure in the snow. We see the figure in the snow brandish a weapon and strike back at the figures leaping at them. The weapon changes forms with every swing. Sometimes it's an axe, sometimes it's a polearm, once it's a dagger, another time it's almost like a whip, scattering the tower's defenders and or assailants into the snow around them. The figure continues pressing onward. We see them like lower their hand from their face, and their posture is as if they're shouting something. From behind the tower, the moon rises, and we see this huge silhouette of an owl descend over the pagoda, scoop up everyone, the defenders and the traveler, in its talons, and fly away across the north to a mountain peak, leaving the pagoda alone in the snow. And then the song ends and the aurora fades. Yes? Yes?
Unfortunately, I missed that because I had to get up a second, but from the stunned silence, I take it was awesome.
It was a lot. It was awesome, but it was a lot.
What happened?
Guys?
Some motherfucker tried to try Larry, and Larry said, "No, I will dip this bitch," and they all left. I abridged that like fucking Dragon Ball Z.
Hey,
think
no,
I might-
no,
Don't
you
worry about
didn't,
it.
because Dragon Ball Z was faithful to the source material.
I think I caught about half of that, unfortunately.
Oh? Did it cut out?
No, I just tuned out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I caught most of it. My Discord just snipped out for seconds, and I think that's my internet. I think my internet's about to fucking shit out of me.
Nightfall, are you there?
Oh, I'm on push to talk.
Yes.
Damn.
You-
Push to taco friend.
Good job, Nightfall. Proud of
That
you.
might be part of my problem. Hang on, I'm gonna fix.
He goes
Oh
forever.
my
I heard the whole thing.
Okay.
I
You
was
wanna-
paying attention.
Were you answering Firga? Were you answering
Yes,
Firga?
I was.
Okay, you might want to do that again.
I was so confused at why I was being talked over. Okay, so what happened was, we came into a scene of effectively what I believe to be the Temple of the North Star. It focused on the scenery for a bit, and then focused on a traveler coming up to the temple. For whatever reason, it seems the traveler was unwelcome, and figures that lined the tower came out and went to attack them. And this traveler wielded an odd transforming weapon and fended them off, the blade switching forms between each attack. And eventually they stood, the sole one still standing, the defenders all around them, and they seemed to shout something, and then Owl came and scooped every single one of them up and flew off.
Yep.
Neat.
Specifically, flew off, leaving the tower alone.
Yes.
Like, the song didn't go with Owl. The song stayed with the temple that was now vacant.
And I think...
So yeah, if you said anything after that scene, we didn't hear it, so...
Yeah. So I think Kilio, after a moment of silence, staring at where the Aurora had faded from, looks down to the dagger in her hands. No changes in it, I'm assuming? Nope. How many points elongated on that star?
3.
3. How many rods did I pull from the
4.
4. But that star was positioned at the top of a tower. A tall tower.
It was like in the sky above it, but yeah.
Do you get different notes? Do you get different notes if you put one of the rods back?
No, you wouldn't, because you had to pull the rods out to unlock this.
No, I would get the same result by just covering the holes. I think. I'm missing something else. I'm not sure.
So, 2 things. 1, you were selling it short, little sister.
I tend not to exaggerate. Sometimes I do sell things short.
And 2, I don't know that legend.
One? Huh?
I have no idea who that was. Or where that is. I mean, I recognize Owl. That's about it.
Well, that puts a wrinkle in things now, doesn't it?
Let me look up the specifics of a spell.
Okay. What spell are you looking for? I might be able to do it quicker.
Find the path.
Find the path just makes it so that you can't get lost, basically. It connects 2 points and shows you the most direct route there.
1 second, I'm gonna look it up too, just to make sure.
So could you designate the tower as point
Shortest,
B?
most direct physical route to a specific fixed location that you are familiar with.
Familiar with, okay.
On the same plane of existence.
I don't think I'm familiar with this place that was shown in the legend, so no.
It's a weird angle to take it, but is Jara?
You can assume whatever you want. Remember that.
Is that the missing whatchamacallit?
Hang on. Yeah, Killian's gonna go over to the other sheet music.
Okay.
The one about Laurie.
Where has Laurie gone, Lario?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Arthur, do you think you could help me try to figure this one out as well?
I grow tired of looking at these things, but sure.
Nature. Okay. You'll give Kilio advantage. Okay, modified 16.
Not bad.
Is that standing?
Unless someone wants to give me inspiration, it is.
Go for it. It didn't sound like you liked it, so.
I know I can do better.
Take mine then.
Okay.
A Warbanner apparently really
Oh!
wants
All right. Modified 31.
Holy.
Jeez!
God. All of our luck went to Vaughn tonight. We're all gonna be fucked.
Oh, you have no idea. The nightlights are fucked on Sunday. You have no idea.
I haven't made a single roll all night. I still got my luck.
Yeah. So,
The nightlights are preparing for combat. The jungle beasts are in a dungeon.
and so was the Vom crew. They just decided to have a concert instead.
And
Kilio's-
Valkyrie Squad is Valkyrie Squad.
This fucking episode is called Kilio's Recorder Recital.
Ocarina of wasting time.
Yeah, right. So, you play the song. Now, what's somewhat unfortunate about the Aurora is you can't see facial features.
Yes.
So think of like the introduction of the Prince of Egypt, how the hieroglyphics would kind of like swirl into each other.
Yes.
I'm talking about.
Yes.
It's kind of like that. But you see a figure. You see, it's almost like an anime intro. You see a whole bunch of figures. You see a figure with a helmet with 6 horns on it and a huge shield, like first. And he stands tall and proud, and he slams the shield down, and he explodes sideways into, like, paper dolls of himself. And you see them, like, charge forward against an invisible enemy, and then over them leaps, like, several wolves, and as they're leaping, they transform into, like, fur cloak wearing, like, berserkers with, like, claws on their hands, and they come, like, downward on the same foe. And then, it like, soars overhead, and we see, like, birds flying over, and some of them, fly off into the distance, like, up into the sky, and they make, like, music notes in the sky, and then the music notes turn into, like, aurora rain clouds, and lightning strikes down, and the aurora turns into one of the lightning bolts, and it comes down and it hits the ground, and we see an elk spring up and go bouncing off, and chasing that elk, we see several figures They're wearing hoods with a point at the top, and they've got like daggers on their belts, and they're running like ninja style across the snow. And the scene focuses on one of them, a little bit bigger than the other, and this figure like jumps into the air, pulls out a dagger, spins it across their knuckles, and then throws a lightning bolt forward. The image stays with this figure, and we see them like running through the woods, flying, like jumping between like mountain peaks. We see them like hiding in the shadows and jumping out at like monsters. We see them like we see like an aurora of a small child, and there's like some nondescript monster, just like a shadow cast over the child, and we see the figure with the pointed hood like appear, grab the child, and disappear again, like swirling their cloak. And then we see like the group with the pointed hoods again, all together. They're on like perches overlooking like the spine of the world, and we see the figure that we've been focusing on the highest perch, and then the aurora swirls and they just disappear, and then the song ends.
Wow.
Can you make an insight check for me?
Okay. I have an assumption I'm going for, but like, a check would help me.
Okay.
War banner, please.
You modified 15.
Okay. Any information from that?
Yes, but I'm gonna give it to you as brag.
Okay.
So the song ends, everybody takes a minute, and Bragg is like, he's sitting there like rubbing his chin with 2 fingers, and he goes, "The cloak's the same."
I was thinking that as well. That was actually what I was leaning towards, but yeah.
That was Laurie approaching the temple.
It was. What's this last song about, Bragg? Like, goes over to the sheet music again. Like, just wanting him to, like, say...
Yeah. What, talents from the sky? It's just what Owl does. How to revere Owl. Where Owl fits in the stars. What followers of Owl do.
These... auroras are... giving more details than the actual songs do.
Well, you know what they say. A picture's worth 1,000 words.
Here, there, I know... Yo, you hate me
Yes,
for this.
Alright. Let's get it over with.
And I guess we're gonna try the last song.
Yep. Aerithir rolled high enough to give you advantage.
I did not mean to click that twice. Sorry.
It's fine. Both will stand. Okay.
Holy shit! Fuck, my luck is gone for Sunday.
Yeah, it is. So the best way that I can describe this song is I can't play it. I don't have permission. But this last song, combine the Dragonborn, like the hymn of the Dragonborn,
Okay.
with the Mantis Lords.
Oh, Jesus. Oh,
Nice.
no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
no.
So it starts off with an aurora of just an owl's like mask, like not even like an owl's head, just like the mask of an owl. And the aurora like swirls into itself and just becomes a rain of arrows downward, just, and we see like monsters like fall beneath the arrows. We see an aurora forest comes up, and we see figures running along the branches and like flitting between the tree trunks. we see like a figure on a cliffside looking out, and we see what is very obviously like an army of stick figure goblins coming forward, and the figure turns and runs back to a depiction of Valorholm, and we see the figure like pantomime shouting, and we see like the guards pull out horns, right? We see like owl, like a huge owl sitting on a mountain, like on a mountain peak, looking out over like the world. Like the mountain is like the biggest thing in the world. Looks out over the world, and we see it spread its wings and open its beak, and then we see like bear, wolf, and leopard like run around the mountain. We see a bear in a stream, and let's go with a thunder lizard of some description, like comes out of the water, and we see the bear and the dinosaur like trading blows, and then the dinosaur like clamps around the bear's neck, and the bear starts to fall, and then out of frame, an owl swoops down and like claws at the beast's eyes, and it lets go, and the bear like runs away. Just like, you know, stuff that we already know about owl.
Yes. Okay.
But that last song that Talons in the Sky, it shows something interesting. There's a Gracie, help me out. Musical theater. What is the like the song ends, and then there's like a stanza, and then the song ends again. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. I don't know what it's called.
I know what you're talking about, because there is a part of La Cremosa that's like that.
A prime example is the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song. It does the SpongeBob theme song, it stops, and then SpongeBob pops up, plays a flute stanza, and then it ends again.
Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't know the name for it either.
There's a band I listen to that does that all the time.
I guess you could call it the outro, but that's a little more general.
What is it? Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairies does that?
Like, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. Like La Cremosa
This
does it.
song has that on it. So like the aurora fades, and then you see like there's that at the end, and you play it, and just really quick, it's Owl standing on the mountain as if part of the mountain. It's like statue of Owl on a mountain, and underneath the mountain, lit in gold, there's a figure with a hammer standing in front of an anvil. And then it's faded in.
What kind of figure with a hammer and an anvil?
Like a person.
Okay.
It's hard to show specific detail.
But they're bright gold. The anvil's gold, the hammer's gold, and the person's gold.
Like Goliath-sized, or could this be a dwarf?
I mean, none of them were Goliaths. I think it's all like, they're all like
That's
depictions
fair.
of each other.
That's fair.
Oh. Was that Sigrid?
I think so.
Why
Has to be.
is Sigrid in a song about Owl?
Could that be the day that, I don't know how your beliefs work, but could that be the day that she was brought to the stars?
Sigrid is not the speaker of Owl. Sigrid is Sigrid.
Unless that was her making the opinion.
That makes sense.
Something that concerns me. The bear is one of the beings of your people's belief, is it not?
So is the wolf and the leopard and the raven. And
Forgive me, but
and
you were
he
more...
stops and like rubs his head.
There was some lizard
He
lizard
said
thing.
he said so is the wolf and the so is the wolf, the leopard, and the raven, and then he said and he stopped himself.
Some lizard thing.
That being struck at the bear nearly made its end. You are more concerned of Sigrid.
Sigrid.
That's what I said, is it not?
No, Sigrid.
No.
Sigrid's a different name.
Sigrid. You're pronouncing it with an I, not an E? It's a big difference.
Cow tongue.
It's like brag and brag.
1G versus 2Gs.
Yeah. Well, HG.
Yeah.
Kilio
It's
and
like-
Kilio.
Or Kaleo.
Still, my point remains, you were more concerned of Sigrid
Or Kilio.
than one
I
of your
swear to God, I'm going to punch you, halfling.
than the idea of one of your deities being struck.
It was probably showing how Owl is there for the others. No, I'm not really concerned.
Aye. That's how I took it too.
In Giant, you speak Giant, right, Kilio?
I do.
In Giant, Bragg says, I'm more concerned why Diryak was in that.
What was that?
Nothing?
Sorry, who's that?
Nothing. Yeah, right
Nothing.
there.
I still have second level spell slots, right?
As far as I know.
I swear to God, you better not.
Dawn will remember this.
Now, here's the question: who do you do it on, Killy or Bragg? Because they're both acting like they know something.
Uh-huh.
Bragg's the Scald, he probably knows more.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and use Detect Thoughts on
Does he get a
Brad.
save?
Not for surface thoughts.
Fuck.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Bragg goes, really shouldn't play that song again. In his head.
Uh-huh.
I think he sees you looking at him and he goes, like, out loud and in his head, he goes, what?
Of course, he always speaks his mind.
What was that word you said? I think I caught something about it. Something about a deer?
Stop.
The
Some-
animal.
You're there.
Some things need to be forgotten.
I think Killy scowls.
Pure quirks an eyebrow.
Oh God, Aether can just turn his attention to anyone.
Yeah?
Thought your people's entire purpose was to remember, never to forget.
It is.
As an action, you can shift your attention to another creature's thoughts. What's Kilio thinking?
Okay, so surface thought. What? Okay, how? Surface thought. It's not surface emotion, right?
Right.
It won't matter if that brat in Waterdeep keeps making trouble.
What is most on its mind in that moment is the word.
Yeah. It won't matter if that brat in Waterdeep keeps making trouble.
It is that memory is the most important thing. That's why I need you all to trust me when I say, leave well enough alone.
Thumbs up.
So
Elio nods in agreement.
Irither's used his mind read powers to confuse people before by repeating their thoughts, but he's not going to do that here, because that would just make it obvious that, like, Kilio knows his ability.
Mm-hmm. I ain't serious about a lot, but please.
I only have
Very
one
well.
question.
Thought about that.
No. I've heard of the others mentioned, but I've not heard of Leopard.
Not common.
Oh. What? I think... I can't remember. What clan followed Leopard that got absorbed? What
No,
was it?
Leopard didn't get absorbed. Badger got absorbed.
Badger got absorbed into Leopard,
No.
right?
Badger got absorbed into Crab, and Badger split and got absorbed into Crab, and
I have trouble keeping these straight.
Raven, I think. No, Leopard didn't get absorbed.
What is Leopard's like thing?
Leopard is. It's not Zoc. It's the Masons. That's not Zoc. Which one is the Masons?
Bren.
No, Bren is the Smiths.
Oh.
Zoc is the
Fuck.
Inventors. Bren is the Smith, and then there's like a Masons one.
Hang on, let me go get my chart. Because of course I have a chart. Not the spirit chart, Google.
It's like
I say chart and it's like, you want this one. Oh. Here we go.
I think it's Garm.
Garm. That was it. Thank you.
No. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Garm is strongest stone.
Strongest stone. Yeah, Garm.
Zoc
Garm.
are the permanent builders.
Yeah, they're the builders, but they're also the like squirrelers, to put it a weird way. Leopard teaches self-reliance. It's kind of the antithesis of Wolf. Self-reliance, so that you can be there for others, as well as like overwhelming strength from a position of surprise.
Gotcha.
This is Garm keeps to themselves.
An odd lot, them.
But still can.
Aye.
If I can't ask about the what's, can I ask about the whys?
Carefully.
Carefully. Yeah.
Why would you want someone forgotten?
That... It's not my place to curse you with that knowledge.
I think Kilio nods gravely.
Like, you nod, and Bragg, like, stops. He's like... How beneath Eric's wings do you know about this, little sister?
Oh, fuck.
Is Earther still focusing on her?
Yeah, he hasn't dropped the
No,
spell
you
yet.
get a loud fuck.
Yeah.
No
Kill
one
you
in
in
Clan
almost-
Rose should know about this. I shouldn't know about this.
Those... Without cursing them with knowledge as well. Glances around to the others and then at Bragg knowingly. Like, I can't talk freely about this, you
I'm
know
listening.
this. Those... dreams are less... dreams. And more someone reaching out to... I know what I'm about to say. I know. Someone reaching out to Jara.
There hasn't been a Scald of the Stars in 100 winters.
Do I know that term?
No, you do not.
Oh, what?
A spirit caller.
I know what I'm saying.
Do you?
Fear. You're putting fear in my heart.
Sockum is a special boy.
Special bean.
I don't know the implications, but I know that I'm saying something big. Yes. He completely glossed over the part where I said he called Jara.
He's got bigger concerns right now.
Yeah, I know.
Like you being Jara is not a revelation.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
I don't think Bragg was ever like told explicitly, but that more than it was just a joke among Goliaths.
Let me put it another way, little sister. The last Star Skald was Kif's twice great Appa.
Holy fuck.
He was the last one to wear Eric's crown of feathers.
I don't know how much I can freely tell you of these dreams.
Where is he?
South.
What clan? South. He's in fucking Tars?
Further south, I think.
There's no kin further south.
I know.
What are you talking about?
Then I hate to shoot myself in the foot, but you know you're only gonna piss Bragg off if you dance around the bush.
And if you dance around the bush, Aether's gonna butt in.
Fierga mumbles something about hating politics.
I think, like, I don't think it's out of place for Kilio to go, it's not my place.
Is this about the brat from Waterdeep?
Immediate glare at Aether from Kilio, like, you motherfucker.
So, Kilio, you see Bragg, like, ball both of his fists and look down at the floor. You mean to tell me that Andre the Kinslayer is a Star Skald?
No. No, I do not.
You know that meme of the little ginger girl looking at the laptop and she just stiff arms the wall and makes this huge crater?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah, Bragg
Yeah.
does that with the lockers.
Jeez.
That
Andre is not a Star Skald.
Start talking.
I think Kilio will, like, sit against the wall. And I guess she will recount what she knows. Starting with the fact that... Well, I'm just gonna do it in character, fuck it.
Mhm.
Well, I believe... What was her name? Ayla is alive.
You picked a bad day to run out of brandy.
And
Ayla's
I believe...
alive?
I think there's more to the story than any of us know. Well, any of... What's... Any of Clan Groll, or any of the Goliaths up here know.
Go on.
I think... Did Sockum tell Kilio about Ayla's condition?
yeah.
I do...
I'm almost 100% he did.
Okay. From what I've been told... Ayla, because she knows Earther's reading her mind right now.
Mm-hmm.
The motherfucker. So if she lies at all, he's gonna fucking know. You bastard. Ayla was afflicted by Malahar.
When?
Before they fled.
That's not good enough. When?
I don't know the specifics. A hunt they went on? All I know is they left and staged things before the first night of it.
I'm sorry to butt in, but I think I'm missing some context. What's so important about this Ayla person?
Sit down and wait.
Alright.
Is there more to this?
There is.
Keep going.
They went far south. I don't know any details. For a long time in between then and what's next. But apparently they had twins. One of them is the one who called to me.
Ayla has pups.
She nods. They had markings that seemed incomplete by themselves. Achille would describe what they looked like. Because she got a glimpse of one the first time, and then both of them the second time when they were on the battlefield together.
I think Bragg, he's panting, through his nose and mouth. You guys can see, the muscles in his chest flexing. And then, this, spark goes across his body. I'm gonna kill that bitch on the owl. And then I'm gonna go up to the glacier and I'm gonna kill that wolf.
I'll race you to it.
Stay out of this, little sister. This is about clan.
I think this man wants to hurt me.
I'm thinking quite the opposite. He's pissed at what Malar did to Ayla.
Por qué no los dos?
dos. Thank you, Cookie.
And Ayla's pup is a star scald?
She nods. He's called to me twice now.
It's deep breath in, hold, deep breath out. You elf!
Yes.
You can make magic and talk to people, right?
I.
Call him.
Oh god.
Oh fuck!
Oh no!
Let me look at the specifics of sending again.
Sockham's gonna get yelled at.
I just need to make sure. Creature with which you are familiar.
You know his name.
No, you don't. Keeler didn't say it.
Did she not? Okay, never mind.
What do you need for the spell?
His name would be a start, but I don't know if the bubble will stop the spell.
Then we take down the bubble!
You're welcome to try. His name is... what was it? Sockham.
Just sock him? Anything else?
Fuck. Did you introduce yourself with your full Valor Home Given title? I swear to God. That's a sock him thing to do.
First time he called you, I'm pretty sure he did.
Okay, yeah, full Scholar Valor Home title. I don't remember what it is.
Salcom Soulforger, Andre, son of Clan Grawl. Skald of Clan Grawl.
Yeah, so, and yeah, she just drops that full thing.
Bragg makes a noise that's like halfway between a laugh and a roar.
You won't believe this, his brother's name is Rockham.
I'll try to contact him.
God, we're doing this tonight.
So the real question, do I need to pull Sock'em up from the well?
No, you do not.
Okay.
I'll use my spell slot to try and cast Sending towards that name.
Yeah, so you get the sound of radio feedback as the spell explodes.
Oof.
Nothing.
Make it work!
Last we attempted to make contact outside the bubble, we had to go through very indirect means.
Right. Anybody needs me, I'm gonna go kill an owl.
Bragg.
He's like halfway out. He's like out the door.
This is brash, even for one of your kind.
Yeah, so's your mother.
You're not thinking straight, Bragg.
Like, he stops.
What do you keep telling me?
The second biggest sin of my clan is a lie. And you're telling me to wait?
Do not want you to wait. We want you to live.
What have you told me since I've walked into this, since you showed up in the area?
This is different.
How?
I'm stronger.
If you go out there and try to fight Arl alone, you are going to freeze to death. And no.
What good are you to fixing the lie if you're dead out there?
I think in response, Bragg like steps out of the doorframe. You just hear like, you guys ever hear Wolverine get really mad? How he just screams.
Yeah.
You hear that with the like repeated like bangs against the wall.
My poor man.
Welcome to the existential crisis of Clan Grawl.
If it is this important to you, Bragg, stay with us. Grow your strength alongside ours, and once the bubble falls...
I can't! No one's watching the area. No one can.
You call him Nash, but he is still one of your people, is he not?
Who?
Fife.
No.
No,
he's... I can see where you're confused. I called him Nash as a joke, in the same way that I call little sister short. No, he's not Nash, but he's not kin either. He gave it up. He doesn't have the authority, and I can't give it to him. Which means, and he like laser focuses on Keelio.
She waves.
Fix the mountain, kill the bitch.
That's the plan.
Aye. We'll kill the bitch.
Kill the bitch. You get the clan back to the area. I'll meet you up on the glacier.
Thunk's chest.
I need some air and a stiff drink.
You might need another bath after going back up. She chuckles.
Yeah, give me a second. You see Bragg walk into the airlock. You hear it start to turn on, and then you hear crashing.
I was just gonna go take a look at what the fuck ever Bragg just did.
Oh, okay. So you go into the airlock. There's no Bragg in the airlock. He must have already gone through. But all of the nozzles are smashed.
Oh no.
Think fuck.
Well, there goes that. Like she says,
leaving
all
you
loud.
guys alone for the last few minutes of the episode in the locker room again.
Lush will start walking back downstairs. We smashed the fox.
I think Kilio, like, as things start to settle down, she looks back down at the dagger.
So circling back, who's this Ayla?
What is this great sin of the Clan Grawl?
And who's the Kinslayer?
Sit down, children. Story time.
Go ahead, Kilio. The floor is yours.
Well, a long time ago.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
It wasn't that long ago. It
wasn't that long ago.
In Thola's lifetime.
Yeah. A Goliath that was Nash originally was given a chance with Clan Grawl. But if I say something Kilio shouldn't know, please correct me. Because there's a lot of in-character and out-of-character knowledge flowing around in this head, so...
Andre is pretty infamous.
Yeah. And... one night... I mean, he had been... courting, lack of a better word.
Grawl. He'd been courting Grawl.
Yeah. He'd been courting Grawl for a long time and caught the eyes of the Primarch's daughter. And one night, without seemingly any reason, there was a fight between him and the Primarch, and he kidnapped, supposedly, Ayla and the Primarch.
No. He kidnapped Ayla and stole the axe.
And the Primarch went after him.
No. He came
No?
back. He came back and supposedly killed the Primarch.
Oh. Yeah, Kilio will relay that details. And to our knowledge...
So what you're missing a couple of things.
Okay.
Andre, like, he was given a chance by Grawl, that's true. And he fought for them so ferociously he became the champion.
Ah.
And he was gifted the axe to better protect the clan.
Okay. And then Kilio will...
Ayla was not just the daughter of the Primarch. Ayla was like the golden child.
Gotcha.
Everybody knows Ayla. Everybody loved Ayla. Like, she was the best hunter, she was the best bard, she was the best, she
was the best.
People were calling her Eric. Like...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It cannot be understated. People loved her.
Yeah, people loved Ayla.
Okay. Yeah, Kilio will convey the correct information, unlike what I did.
And then, yeah, he had Andre and the Primarch had a fight. Supposedly, he kidnapped Ayla and stole the axe, disappeared for several years, then came back and killed the Primarch and took the body. And, like, people were like, oh, well, he was Nash. Of course this happened. And, like, Grawl didn't have its champion, didn't have its golden child, didn't have its Primarch. It lost its treasure a while before that. Didn't have
the morale was shot.
Yeah, didn't have the axe. And Grawl has been steadily declining since then.
Gotcha.
And come to find out, it was all a farce. Andre let his name be dragged through the mud better than it find out that the Golden Child got cursed and was a risk to the entire clan.
Yeah, so Kelly will convey that. And then... What were all the questions that were asked? Who's Ayla? What's the sin? And what was the other one? There was a third one.
Who the Kinslayer was.
Yeah, Andre.
And, yeah. Okay, so she's answered all questions.
And this is why I hate politics.
Is it politics, though?
I mean, it kind of is, because it leaves the whole question about who's in charge, how to keep the clan going.
No, there's a Primarch. He's just ineffectual. Kif is the Primarch. The Kif that Brad keeps referencing, he's the Primarch. Kif is Newt's brother.
Gotcha.
But Kif is not... Like, Kif can only do so much. He's not Eric. He's not ordained as Eric. He doesn't have the axe. He doesn't have the treasure. And, like, Grawl... And Grawl doesn't have the horn. Andre also took the horn.
Yeah.
So, like...
Killian didn't mention the horn, but it didn't come up.
Yeah, like...
So instead of that, well, nice. I can understand taking Ayla and running, but did he have to take all that with him?
He saw it as a necessity to contain that which he loved and protect that which he also loved.
It's a mess.
What I don't think anybody has said in DA at all yet, and correct me if I'm wrong, not here, not in Tales, not in Crown, not anywhere where Goliath are involved, I don't think anybody has said if Andre left the horn, they could have just called Ayla back and gotten themselves killed.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah.
If anything, it might be Aerithir who brings that up.
But does he know the horn can do that?
Andre? Yes.
No, does Irithyr.
Was it brought up?
No.
No. Okay.
I
Never mind.
mean out of character. Nobody has said it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there's motive for taking the horn right there. Like, if they called Ayla while she was transformed, like, Clan Grawl was dead.
Yeah.
Then the comment still stands, at least for the horn, because Firga doesn't know what it does.
Fair enough.
I've got one more thing left I want to do before we end.
Yep. We're about that time.
I want to... it might not work because of the bubble. But a name seems to be working for spells that say you have to be familiar with the person.
Okay.
I've got something real dumb I want to do.
Okay.
Locate person.
Yep.
I'm gonna hate myself if this is the dumb decision. Laurie.
Laurie's dead. Laurie's been dead for a while. Laurie's the Speaker of Owl, dude. That story is ancient.
Okay. Then that was dumb.
Well, not necessarily.
Not particularly dumb.
I mean...
There's just no one carrying the name yet.
That we know of.
Yeah,
That we know
of.
Like, let me be clear. I didn't say the spell fizzled. The only thing I said was Laurie is ancient.
Yeah. Okay.
You sure you want to do that?
Is that the best use of this?
Do it, nerd.
Also, locate creature is planar.
All it
might-
gives you is a direction, and it's blocked by 10 feet of running water.
It's also planar. You're currently in a firstborn facility.
I thought you'd said that this
It's
one is
also
actually
it's also hang on.
in the
It's also
prime-material.
with 1,000 feet of you. I highly doubt Lori's within 1,000 feet of me. I highly doubt that. So no.
Okay.
I
It
don't.
just said 3 times it was planar. Doesn't that make
It's limited by the plane, but it's also 1,000 feet of your location.
Wait, is it? Maybe I'm the one misunderstanding. Normally, when you say planar, it's like sending is planar.
I misunderstood
No,
the range of
sending
the spell.
is extra planar.
Yeah, sending is extra planar, first of all.
Okay.
And second of all, I thought the locate spells were planar, but they have to be within 1,000 feet of you, and they have to be on the same plane. So what I said is still true. I just got my range mixed up.
Okay.
But the odds of the ancient entity known as Laurie being within 1,000 feet of where Kelio currently is are low.
Yeah, very low.
I thought this facility was on the prime material plane.
For the firstborn, maybe.
I mean, it's moot with the 1,000-foot thing, but just trying to keep my notes straight.
So keeping your notes straight, technically, yes. But it's a little fucky. That's why the airlock is there.
Then I think I know what I'm going to do. I know it may take a while. Do I really want to do that? Because I know that locate creature
Mm-hmm.
can be used to pinpoint the direction of the sneaky elf.
Yes.
That's probably the tool that.
Well, can it pinpoint it? I don't think it can.
No.
It tells you a direction, though. Range attack, all you need is a direction.
Valid.
Yeah. You even know the direction of its movement.
So are you doing anything before we wrap up?
Debating legend lore on the dagger.
Opening the floor to anyone else?
I'm highly debating legend lore on the dagger.
I got nothing, Chief.
Do it, nerd.
I did, but it was something that I would have wanted to do while Kelio was topside.
You could
What was it?
just
I had a couple questions for Murmur about the life place.
to put it on the table, and you're in no way obligated to do this. You could also use legend lore on the archive.
That is true.
We can totally do that next time, Don. I think that's a super cool conversation.
Oh my god.
What?
What if you did legend lore on the Dragonlance?
Oh,
That'd be interesting.
Would that
Then I wouldn't have to read the
work?
book.
Wait, would that work? Because that's drawing information from another sphere.
I
Correct.
don't think it has a limit on where the information comes from. It's just around the item.
Well,
Yeah.
yes and no. Because just like augury, the magic has to be able to tell you.
That's true.
Like if Kelio Wolfwalker cast legend lore on an iPhone 7, the spell would be like, I got nothing, Chief.
It's from the future.
If I could tell you what the fuck this was, my guy, I would. Maybe talk to my friend Galore.
You're right. So maybe not the Dragonlance. Are you doing it or not, dude? I don't want to push you, but it's super late.
Merla D2. And that'll be my final answer. 1 is yes, 2 is no.
Ah!
No, I'm not doing it tonight.
All right. Anybody else want to do anything before we wrap up? It's only fair to ask.
No,
Firga
I
is gonna
mean,
start braiding her newly acquired beard.
Okay.
I mean, This can happen next session, but Earther's probably going to heed his own advice and examine the archive more.
Okay. That'll be fun. I've been waiting on you to do that.
Yeah.
By the way, Keelio,
Yes,
would you like to know your completion percentage?
I would.
32.
I'm sorry, what? Oh.
Okay. And you were worried about us solving it tonight.
No, I was worried about you getting as far as you got.
All right.
Let's go ahead and wrap it up. Nightfall, I think you very much need to be the one to start us off tonight, because this was your episode and I will hear no arguments.
Okay. But another thing, anyway, hello, I'm Nightfall the Kitsune. I do admin stuff and things around here. Tonight I played Killia Wolfwalker. If you enjoyed what I did here, be sure to catch up on the Sunday show, Tales of the Nightlights, as well as the Patreon show, Hell to Pay, where I play Lance Corporal Drill Noises. Well, I may not get that promotion if Rhea doesn't survive, but you find out about that on the show.
You're right about that, yep. Gamzelis, why don't you give us a shout out, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Guy Gamzelis, the Bard of Heroes, the teller of tales that need to be told, and there are a lot. I have been stricken with the fear of God tonight.
Why?
Because either Bragg wants to beat my ass, or he's gonna treat me like a child.
What's the difference?
Handle those dos.
Well, in one of them, I might die.
You might die next Sunday anyway.
Nah, it'll be fine. But in the meantime, if you're curious on what'll happen, join us for the next one. And since you're probably watching this on the YouTube, why not interact with the channel a little bit? Help make it easier for others to find us and enjoy this most wonderful of content. All you gotta do is leave a like, comment, or a subscription. And if you need ideas on what to comment about, tell us what you thought about the stories and how much of a fucking MVP Firga was for that idea with the knife.
And Earther, yeah.
Thank you guys, I really appreciate you too.
Speaking of Earther, Vader?
Hello, everyone. I am the Journeyman Vader. I'm a moderator on Kit's Discord and Twitch, and a streamer on Twitch myself. You can find me over on Kit's Discord on Twitch at twitch.tv/JourneymanVader or on Twitter at VaderSidious. And as always, be sure to tune in on Sundays for my own Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus campaign on my own channel.
It's a lot of fun. I'm playing in that, and I'm being really annoying. Sibs.
Hi there, my name is Sibs143. I am in no particular order a artist, a keeper, and a stagehand for Kit's Discord and Patreon. I'm still getting used to saying that. But everyone else, I am a friend, the Drifter, and the one and only Technicolor Disaster. You can find me lurking just about anywhere we can be found. So, yeah, I don't have much to say. Have a good night, y'all.
Barchimila. Speaking of Firga.
Hi, I'm Birchmila, aka Gracie. I do art and things for Kids channel, and I also love tabletop. So if you like either of those things, give me a poke.
I just remembered while looking at your shout-out slide that it says you get distracted by snacks and, like, mood.
That is very much a mood.
I also get distracted by snacks.
Cookie, finish us out if you would.
Hey, what up? I'm Cookie, also known as the Extinct Bacon on just about every other platform. I love a lot of things D&D and tabletop, and if you do too, my DMs are always open. Otherwise, you'll find me lurking in the Discord or the Patreon.
And for my part, as ever, I am the Sharp-Eyed Kitsune, the teller of tales and the weaver of mysteries, the Masked Bard. This is a community that is ever devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, and discussions of those things. So if that's to your fancy, you're in excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoy your time with us. I do hope that you enjoyed this episode of Dice-Icive Action Voices of the Mountain as much as I enjoyed bringing it to you. It's our D&D 5-Point Fox module mutation, combining Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden, and Storm King's Thunder with my own spin on both. I had a dungeon plan for tonight, and then somehow we managed to do a shopping episode with no NPCs, but hey, we did it.
No, we had a concert.
And hopefully there will be some dungeons next time. Thank you guys very much for bearing with us. I hope you enjoyed this really off-the-cuff episode as much as I did. I really enjoyed it, but I know it definitely wouldn't be for everybody. We got some good lore, and I hope that's what you guys are here for. But, as always, it's time to close the book on today and leave you with these parting words. From myself, my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to each and every one of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers, whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember, there's always more stories to tell. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time for more Voices of the Mountain and a new chapter. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hope to see you again very soon.